Good morning, everyone. I'm asking for all members to please take their seats. All visitors, please retire to the seats outside the rails. Please take all sidebar conversations out of the council chambers. I note that the hour has come and that a quorum of this city council is present. Before proceeding, I will ask all those present to please set your cell phones to silent and or vibrate. Thank you very much. To give our invocation this morning, the chair recognizes Reverend Tony Pritchett, founder and pastor of Provision of Grace World Mission Church. He is here today as guest of the Majority Deputy Whip, Councilmember Cindy Bass. Will all members and guests please rise?
Good morning, Council and the people of Philadelphia. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with gratitude for the opportunity to serve and to lead. We thank you for this city of Philadelphia, its people, its history, its future. Lord, we lift up this council, especially its president, Kenyatta Johnson, and every member gathered here today. Grant them wisdom to make sound decisions, the courage to stand for what is right, and humility to serve with integrity. As Philadelphia, the birthplace of our nation, prepare to celebrate its 250th anniversary, we thank you for all the generations that have come before us and for the foundation they laid. As events and gatherings take place across this city, we pray for peace, safety, and unity. Let this be a time not only of celebration, but of reflection, renewal, and commitment to the values that strengthen our nation, cities, and community. Guide their discussions that they may be thoughtful and productive. Let every decision made in this place promote justice, fairness, and the well-being of all citizens, especially those who are underserved, overlooked, vulnerable, and in need. Father, help them to rise above division and work together in unity for the common good of all. Give them clarity in complex matters and peace in the moment of disagreement. We pray for neighborhoods that may be safe, thriving, and filled with hope. Strengthen those who serve this city daily, and bless every work and effort that seeks to uplift this city and every hand committed to building a better Philadelphia. May all that is done here today bring honor, accountability, progress, and commitment to truth and service in building this great city. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. The chair thanks the Reverend for the invocation. City Council will now be at ease. Members, please take your seats. The next order of business is the approval of the journal of the meeting of Thursday, April the 23rd, 2026. The chair recognizes Majority Deputy Whip, Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, April 23rd, 2026 be approved.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, April the 23rd, 2026 stand approved. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the journal is approved. The next order of business is request for leave of absence, and the chair recognizes Councilmember Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the majority, there are no requests for leave of absence today.
Thank you very much. The chair thanks the Majority Leader. The chair recognizes Minority Leader Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you. On behalf of the minority, there are no requests for leaves of absence.
Thank you very much. The chair thanks the Minority Leader. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning certain legislative matters that may arise during the course of today's session of council and that were not listed on the calendar circulated prior to today's city council session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that any of the following matters, if considered today, may be added to the agenda for this session of council and as required by law, subsequently published on an amended agenda after the consideration of those matters. Resolutions authorizing hearings, amendments to bills on first reading, the reconsideration of a bill vetoed by or recalled from the mayor, amendments to bills recalled from the mayor, resolutions taking substantive action to be voted on in this session, a motion to withdraw a bill or resolution that is not on the calendar, and a motion placing a bill or resolution on or returning a bill or resolution from the suspension calendar that is not listed on today's calendar. The purpose of this motion is to provide the public with notice concerning possible actions by council that arose too late to be included on the calendar that was published prior to today's session.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the legislative matters stated by Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson may be added to the agenda for today should those matters arise during the course of this session of council. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair will dispense with the regular order of business to recognize the guests and visitors joining us in City Council chambers this morning. On behalf of all members of City Council, I welcome you to our council session. We appreciate you taking the time to join us as we attend the legislative affairs of our great city. We certainly invite you to come again. I want to take a moment to acknowledge joining us today for today's City Council session, State Representative Keith Harris. Thank you for joining us, sir. I also have the staff joining me as my guest, the staff of State Senator Anthony Hardy Williams. Thank you for joining us as well today. At this time, the chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to recognize the presence of our National Apprenticeship Week partners. I ask that they stand as they are recognized. We have our union partners from the Philadelphia Building Trades. We have the carpenters represented, the AFL-CIO. A big shout out to Monica Robinson for all of her work this week, particularly with the Union Experience Fair. All of our CTE teachers who are represented, including our middle school CTE teacher, Mr. Jared, and all of the partners who are with us today for National Apprenticeship Week. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your presence. And thank you to the PFT for their coordination amongst schools, all the schools that we visited this week. In addition, Mr. President, I wanted to take this opportunity prior to the presentation to welcome the guests of the Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake here to City Council chambers. You will hear more about her wonderful body of work over the last 35 years here in the city of Philadelphia. And if you know anything about Philadelphia, you know the name Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake. So I wanted to take take this opportunity just to recognize many of her guests who are here today. We had the opportunity to celebrate and uplift her last night at Independence Blue Cross, but I wanted to recognize her family. If her family could please stand, as well as the Vine Memorial Baptist Church family, as well as the ladies, the lovely ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, as well as the members of the Links Incorporated who are here as well, for the Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake. We will also recognize all of the members of the Independence Blue Cross family during the resolution presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Well-deserved presentation today for Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake. And when we talk about the labor movement, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, I also want to acknowledge one of your guests, Mr. Butch Bennett. We thank him for all his work that he's doing on behalf of the building trades. Thank you for joining us. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Dr. Nina Ahmed.
Thank you, Council President. In recognition of National Volunteer Month, I'd like to take a moment to recognize some honored guests who are going to have a resolution in their honor as well later on. And they're in the chamber today, whose exemplary history of volunteer service in their communities must be acknowledged. Dr. Charlotte Brown, Rachel Hannibal, Tiana T. Goodwin, Dr. Jasmine Wright, and Mecca Robinson, and all who are here to support them. Please stand so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Very well deserved. Councilmember Curtis Jones, Jr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and my esteemed colleague, Jamie Gutierrez, is recognizing, I believe, Boys Latin today. So are they here? So we share. She has one school in the 3rd, I have one school in the 4th, and we meet in the middle on Market Street. So welcome, and I would say something in Latin like Vini, Vini, Vici. We came, we saw, we conquered, but we are proud of those young men. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Where are those little young men from, Boys Latin? They still in the chambers? Can y'all stand? Let's give these young men a round of applause. Can we get a real big round of applause, please? Channel 6, can you get a picture of this over there? These young men with their ties on and their blazers, very fine young men. They don't have Pooh Shiesty mask on and pants ain't sagging. We definitely want to see that on Channel 6. They sure enough show the other side. Chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Thank you, Council President. In the spirit of recognizing young people in the city of Philadelphia, today we had the privilege and honor. They just stepped out for a brief second, but I want them to know that we acknowledge them, that we have students from Phelps High School. Their coach, Mr. Lindsay, is here, who's being recognized for his contributions to athletics in the 9th District, as well as Coach Shaka Johnson, from Alney High School, is also being recognized today, and his team, his members are here today. So let's give those young people a round of applause as well.
Indeed. Remember, Young, your light was on. You still like to be acknowledged, sir? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. At this time, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Philadelphia, Chair of Appropriations, the 1st Councilmanic District, Mark Squilla, who will present a resolution honoring and recognizing Lodge Number 2 of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, free and accepted ancient York Masons for its historical significance and the founding of the nation's 268 years of dedication to leadership and mentorship, and its continued contributions to charitable organizations in the city of Philadelphia. Would the worshipful Master Peter Lavelle and those accompanying him please join Councilmember Squilla at the podium? Joining member Squilla are the following members: Councilmember Nicholas O'Rourke, Councilmember Rue Landau, Councilmember Jim Harity, and Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips, and Councilmember Ketty Lozada. Floor is yours, Mr. Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. And today it's a great honor of mine to be able to offer this recognition to an organization that is always out there giving back to our community, to our city, to the Commonwealth, and to the nation. So it's with great pleasure that we honor and recognize Lodge 2 of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, free and accepted ancient York Masons, for its historical significance in the founding of the nations and its 268 years of dedication to leadership and mentorship, and its continued contributions to the charitable organizations in the city of Philadelphia.
Whereas Lodge number 2, free and accepted ancient York Rite Masons, was constitutionally warranted in 1758 and has maintained a continuous existence in the city of Philadelphia for 268 years, making it the oldest existing Masonic lodge in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and one of the oldest fraternal organizations in North America. And
whereas the history of Lodge number 2 is intricately linked to the birth of the United States, as its membership during the Revolutionary War included a distinguished roster of patriots comprising 16 colonels, 10 majors, and 28 captains on the Continental Army, including such notable figures as Colonel Thomas Proctor, High Sheriff of Philadelphia, and Colonel Allen McLean. And
whereas Lodge number 2 played a pivotal role in the early civic life of the young nation, organizing the historic procession to Christ Church on December 28, 1778, in which Brother George Washington participated, celebrating the British evacuation of Philadelphia. And
whereas the Reverend Smith D.D., Provost of the College of Philadelphia, now known as the University of Pennsylvania, and a prominent member of Lodge number 2, authored the Almond Resin of 1783, the Book of Masonic Law dedicated to General George Washington, thereby cementing the bond between the father of our country and the Philadelphia fraternity. And
whereas the indelible mark of Lodge number 2 on the founding documents of this nation is embodied by Brother John Dunlap, Esquire, who entered the lodge in 1768 and who, serving as the official printer to the Continental Congress, worked through the night of July 4th, 1776 to produce the first printed broadsides of the Declaration of Independence, thereby disseminating the fundamental ideals of American liberty to the colonies and the world. And
whereas the patriotic devotion of the brethren of Lodge number 2 is further exemplified by the extraordinary sacrifices of Brother Haim Solomon, a brilliant merchant and indispensable financier of the American Revolution, who tirelessly brokered bills of exchange, secured critical foreign loans, and pledged his personal fortune to fund the Continental Army and the delegates of the Continental Congress, ensuring the survival and ultimate victory of the patriot cause. And
whereas Lodge number 2 established a precedent of organized municipal philanthropy in 1785 by donating the proceeds of the sale of the Freemasons Lodge amounting to over $1,500 to the city of Philadelphia to establish a fuel fund for relief of the indigent, a charitable trust that continues to benefit the city today.
And whereas the lodge demonstrated remarkable resilience during the 19th century, particularly through the leadership of Worshipful Master William Cummings, who preserved the lodge warrant and continuity during the anti-Masonic agitation of the 1830s, ensuring that its lights would not be extinguished. And whereas Lodge Number 2 continues to exemplify the Masonic tenets of brotherly love and relief in the 21st century through active, hands-on community service, including regularly volunteering their time and resources to prepare meals for transplant patients and their families at Gift of Life Howie's House, as well as regularly donating blood through the Masonic Blood and Organ Donor Program. Now, therefore, be it
resolved by the City Council of the City of Philadelphia, hereby honors and recognizes Lodge Number 2 of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania for its extraordinary 268-year history and foundational role of the American Revolution and its unwavering commitment to charity, leadership, and the welfare of the citizens of Philadelphia. Further resolved that this engrossed copy of this resolution be presented to Worship Master Peter Lavelle and Brethren of Lodge Number 2 as an expression of sincere respect and its admiration of this legislative body. Congratulations.
Chair recognizes Worshipful Master Peter Lavelle for remarks. Brother Peter Lavelle.
Thank you. This is kind of overwhelming. So what I want to do is I want to have the brethren that join me today, starting this way, to introduce themselves. So we have Ariel, you want to start?
Ariel Gonzalez, past Master of Lodge 2. Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah. Brother Maraldi Gustavi, Brother Kevin Reese, Brother Bill Soloway, Brother Chris Trulio, Brother Dennis Zavala, and Brother Mike Vivas. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the men and women that currently serve in the military and have served, that has made it possible for us to celebrate the 250 years of a nation we call our home. Our challenges and progress make us the greatest experience and experiment on earth. Thank you, Council President, members of City Council, distinguished guests, and all those gathered here today. On behalf of Lodge Number 2, Free and Accepted Masons of Pennsylvania, I'm deeply honored to stand before you and accept this resolution. The recognition is not only a reflection of our organization's history, but also a testament to the enduring commitment of our members, past and present, who have dedicated themselves to service, integrity, and the betterment of our community. Lodge Number 2 has long stood as a pillar of unity and purpose. From our earliest days, we have sought to uplift those in need, foster strong bonds among our members, and contribute meaningfully to the civic life of this great city. Philadelphia is a place of rich in history, resilience, and hope. And we all are proud to play even a small role in carrying those traditions forward. This resolution affirms that our efforts matter. It reminds us that service, when done with sincerity and consistency, creates a lasting impact, whether through charitable initiatives, mentorship, or simply showing up for our neighbors. We strive every day to live out the values we hold dear because attitude reflects leadership. I would like to extend my gratitude to the members of City Council for this honor and to everyone who has supported Lodge Number 2 along the way. Most importantly, I want to recognize the brothers of the Lodge, their significant others, those who came before us, and those who serve today, and those who will carry this work into the future. This recognition belongs to all of you. As we accept this resolution, we do not as a culmination, but as a renewed call to action. We remain committed to strengthening our community, building bridges across differences, and continuing our legacy of service here in Philadelphia. Members of City Council, please accept this small gift as a token of our gratitude. It is a commemorative coin commemorating our nation's birthday with the opposite side featuring Lodge Number 2 seal, a reminder of being second to none. However, also a reminder that those in service to others of being first among equals, in which much is appreciated. In closing, we celebrate the founding of our nation this year. Happy birthday to all. To everyone, thank you very much for this. We're deeply honored.
Council will be at ease. At this time, the chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who will present a resolution honoring and recognizing the awesome, iconic, empowering, committed, passionate, public servant, spiritual, Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake. Joining Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson are the following council members: Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips, Councilmember Jamie Gaultier, Councilmember Ruth Landau, Councilmember Ketty Lozada, Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young, Councilmember Minority Leader Kendra Brooks, Councilmember Jim Harity, Councilmember Cindy Baz, and Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council President. Please join us, Councilmember Blondell Reynolds Brown. Thank you so much, Council President, and thank you to my...
Majority Leader Richardson, just
Yes,
one
sir.
second. Could we take all sidebar conversations out of council chambers, and we will present the resolution presentation when our guests are at the podium. Now, I've been down here since 2011. I ain't never seen this many people. Never. Not one time. And you talk about a life well spent touching people. I ain't never seen nothing like this. Don't want no smoke at all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council President. I think this is... Thank you very much, Council President, and to my colleagues and all assembled. This large, robust gathering, the largest I've ever seen, not only since being a member of council, but since I had the opportunity to serve here as an intern and a former staffer for Council Member Blondell Reynolds Brown. I have never seen a resolution presentation this large, but it is truly a testament to a job well done by the Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake. May the work I do speak for me. To appreciate beauty, to find the best in others, to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know that even one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. That is Ralph Waldo Emerson, and it perfectly describes the Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake. Today is a very special day. We are celebrating a true Philadelphia icon, Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake, the former president of the Independence Blue Cross Foundation and former vice president of community affairs for Independence Blue Cross. Known for her kind spirit, her loving heart, her wonderful prayers, her great books, and a hat collection that will rival any. We want to take this auspicious occasion to recognize our true Philadelphia icon today. So first, I want to recognize those who are joining us for this momentous occasion, and in their absence, I must recognize Greg Devins and Kelly Munson of Independence Blue Cross, Steve Farah, Executive Vice President of Public Affairs for Independence Blue Cross. Mitch Vidovich, Vice President of Government Affairs for Independence Blue Cross. You know we can't do anything without Heather and without Denise. Thank you, Heather and Denise.
Yes.
And for everyone else here from the IBX team to support our legendary Philadelphia icon, as well as the family of the Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake, all of her friends and loved ones who are here, the Vine Memorial Baptist Church family, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Links Incorporated, Metropolitan Chapter of the Continentals, the Forum for Executive Women, the Committee of 70, the Anti-Defamation Committee, and the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated, Pennsylvania chapter. And I'm going to say that's just to name a few. And so it has been an absolute honor not only to work with the remarkable Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake over the years, but to have the distinct privilege to consider her a friend. When I first became a member of Philadelphia City Council, it was 3 months into the role, and the world was hit with COVID. And I will tell you, it was an opportunity for her to shine. She worked with us to ensure that we created a program to reskill and upskill home health aides, to give them opportunities to become certified nursing assistants so that we were able to fill empty slots and vacancies across our healthcare institutions and nursing care facilities during the pandemic when they were needed most. That's the type of work that she does. To know Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake is to truly understand the power of her leadership, her ability to light up a room, uplift Philadelphians at every level, while exemplifying the values and mission of Independence Blue Cross and just who she is, and show up for our communities. Though I know we will see her often, her retirement or her rewiring marks the end of an era, one that has had a lasting positive impact on the lives of so many Philadelphians and beyond. Whether through her impactful work at Independence Blue Cross, and for those of you who have been around a little bit at the Philadelphia Gas Works, to improve the health and well-being of Philadelphians, her service across 25 boards and committees throughout her career, or the unmistakable way she pulls off the most elegant hats you have ever seen, she has redefined leadership in this city, and her impact will be felt for generations to come. To say you will be missed simply does not do you justice. You are a true champion for Philadelphians. Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake, on behalf of a grateful city of Philadelphia, thank you for your extraordinary service, your unwavering commitment, and the legacy you are leaving behind at Independence Blue Cross. Congratulations on a remarkable career and a well-deserved retirement and rewiring. Whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has distinguished herself as a trailblazing leader and dedicated public servant whose career has been defined by her steadfast commitment to advancing the needs of the city of Philadelphia and improving the lives of those she serves. And
whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has served as the president of the Independence Blue Cross Foundation, where she has led strategic, programmatic, and operational efforts to advance the foundation's mission to lead sustainable solutions that improve the health and wellness of communities in Philadelphia. And
whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has overseen $115 million in grant making while leading the foundation, and has distinguished herself as a collaborator, innovator, convener of diverse organizations, and thoughtful leader in addressing emerging health needs. And
Before I begin, I just want to give my thanks. This is a woman who got engaged in maternal mortality. She trained as a doula. That's the kind of person she is. So, sorry about that, but I had to put that in. Thank you. Whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has devoted her time to her church and community through serving as an associate minister at Vine Memorial Baptist Church and through her active involvement in more than 30 professional and civic organizations, including serving as the 28th president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc., Omega Omega Chapter, and
there's more to come. Whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has been recognized for her exemplary leadership and service by diverse organizations such as the NAACP, the Girl Scouts of Eastern Pennsylvania, and the Philadelphia Tribune. And just as a matter of personal privilege, thank you for all of your service. God bless you. And
baby, I love you. Whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has been the recipient of many prestigious awards and honors, including the 2025 Philadelphia Region's Leaders Award from the Philadelphia Tribune and the Healthcare Innovator Award from the Philadelphia Business Journal, and
whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake has given her time and service on 25 nonprofit boards and committees of local, state, and national organizations, including Urban Affairs Coalition, Baptist Pastors Ministers Conference, and Forum for Executive Women, and
What an I'm going to be 2 seconds out of decorum, maybe 10, but I just want to say, if there was ever an organization in the city of Philadelphia that needed support, this lady, through $115 million, provided that support and put IBX in the city of Philadelphia on the map for their community contributions. So she has the right to wear many hats. Whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake's academic achievements include a bachelor's degree from Antioch College and a master's degree from the University of Pennsylvania, and she has been named an honorary fellow of the American Academy of Nursing and is a former appointee to the National Advisory Council on Nursing Education and Practice in the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And
good morning. And whereas Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake, throughout her accomplished career, has exemplified an unwavering commitment to improving the lives of others and has left a lasting legacy on the city of Philadelphia, as you can see, and beyond. Now therefore be it.
You know, everybody knows the Reverend Doctor, so we all have something to say, but Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson quoted Emerson, but I always think of Martin Luther King in my favorite speech: if you want to be great, wonderful. And then it ends with, but those who are greatest among us are those who have service. And that is her to a T. Therefore be it resolved by the city of Philadelphia that we hereby celebrate and acknowledge the leadership and outstanding contributions of Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake in the city of Philadelphia and extend our best wishes on her retirement. She's not going anywhere.
I know what to say. So, Dr. Marshall is known by many names in many different rooms, but all of them with respect, all of them making a difference. And I shared one room with her in grad school with Dr. James Spady, where we shared cold pizza and a lot, and he would provoke Dr. Marshall into these debates. And I was like, no, don't engage, no. But she would go right at him. And he relished arguing with her about different things from women's rights to politics and everything. And I will say this, today, Dr. Spady would be proud.
He would be.
Thank you. All right.
And further resolve that an engrossed copy of this resolution be presented to Reverend Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake, further evidencing the sincere respect of this legislative body. Congratulations.
Congratulations. The chair recognizes the Reverend Dr. Marshall, Dr. Lorena Marshall Blake, for remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. First thing I would say before I even start my remarks is to God be the glory for the great things he has done and continues to do in me for his people. But again, thank you, Mr. President, especially Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson for doing this. I am deeply honored and profoundly grateful to the Philadelphia City Council for this resolution, acknowledging 35 years of service to Independence Blue Cross, and most importantly, for me, to the people of this great city. Philadelphia has shaped me, challenged me, and inspired me. And to be recognized by its elected leaders is both humbling and meaningful beyond words. For 35 years, it has been my privilege to serve alongside dedicated colleagues at Independence Blue Cross who believe, as I do, that access to care, community investment, and health equity are not optional, they are essential. This work has never been about a single individual, but about collective impact, shared purpose, and standing in the gap for our neighbors. I also want to thank my family, who has been my first ministry, my steady foundation, and my greatest source of strength. Thank them for their love, their patience, and prayers have made every season possible. To my church family, Vine Memorial Baptist Church, thank you for grounding me in faith, service, and servant leadership. You remind me daily that our work in the community must always be anchored in love. I am also grateful for the sisterhood and service of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Links Incorporated, the Coalition of 100 Black Women, the Impact Continentals, Forum for Executive Women, the Committee of 70, and the Black Jewish Committee of the Anti-Defamation League, and the other many organizations and boards that I've had the opportunity and privilege to serve. Each has strengthened my commitment to leadership, advocacy, and lifting as we climb. Someone once said, "No one is more cherished in this world than someone who lightens the burdens of another." That belief has guided my life's work. Service is not simply what we do, it is who we are. Thank you again to City Council for this acknowledgement, and to the people of Philadelphia for allowing me the honor of serving. I remain committed to this city, to its communities, and to doing work that matters. This is not a goodbye, it's just a thank you, and stay tuned for the next chapter.
Council will be at ease. At this time, the chair recognizes Minority Leader Kendra Brooks, who will present a resolution honoring and recognizing women against abuse. On the occasion of his 50th anniversary and celebrating 5 decades of leadership on the front lines of Philadelphia's response to domestic violence. With someone who is no stranger to City Council, who's Johanna Otero Cruz, and those accompanying her, please join the council member at the podium. Joining the presentation with Member Brooks is Councilmember Ketty Lozada, Councilmember Jamie Gaultier, Councilmember Cindy Baz, Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmed, Councilmember Ruth Landau, and Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, the ladies of City Council.
Good morning, good morning. Today we are celebrating the leaders, the advocates, the attorneys, the providers, and the survivors who make up Women Against Abuse. Some of you know I lost my cousin Tiana to domestic violence 10 years ago. Since then, I have honored Tiana's memory by advocating for survivors of domestic violence, passing legislation on coercive control, and working to expand the resources available for impacted families. Over the past few weeks, I've been deeply disturbed by the multiple stories of Black women and children murdered by men and their families. I want to take a moment to recognize a good friend of mine, Mayor Nancy Matayer from Coral Springs, Florida. As a society and as a city, we have so much more work to keep people safe from domestic violence. One of our leading partners in this work is Women Against Abuse. And today we celebrate them for 50 years of standing up for survivors, overcoming stigma, and creating pathways to lasting safety. Women Against Abuse serves thousands of Philadelphians each year and provides the city's only domestic violence emergency shelter and serves as the lead operator of the Philadelphia Domestic Violence Hotline. There's no way to measure how many lives have been saved over the past 50 years. But today, we can celebrate the countless women and children who are still alive today because of the care and commitment of Women Against Abuse. Now, I would like to turn it over to Councilmember Lozada, who co-introduced this resolution with me and who has been a longtime supporter of Women Against Abuse and their work. You have any words first, and then we go say the words.
Good morning. I am honored to be here introducing this resolution with Council Member Majority Leader Brooks. I'd also like to thank every single one of the women who are involved in the work, the day-to-day work, and normalizing talking about domestic violence in our communities. I'd also like to introduce Johanna Otero Cruz, Executive Director and President of Women Against Abuse, and recognize her for her leadership.
Honoring and celebrating and recognizing Women Against Abuse on the occasion of the 50th anniversary and celebrating 5 decades of leadership on the front line of Philadelphia's response to domestic violence.
Whereas Women Against Abuse was founded in Philadelphia in 1976 by volunteers committed to ensuring that survivors of domestic violence were heard, believed, and supported. And
whereas from its earliest days, including its first Germantown Rural Home Shelter that quickly filled with families seeking safety, Women Against Abuse has remained rooted in Philadelphia's neighborhoods and today stands as the city's comprehensive domestic violence provider, operating critical lifelines for survivors of all gender identities through inclusive, culturally responsive, and accessible services. And
whereas the organization's mission is to provide quality, compassionate, and non-judgmental services that foster self-respect and independence in persons experiencing intimate partner violence, while leading the broader movement to end domestic violence through advocacy and community education. And
whereas for 5 decades, Women Against Abuse has helped shape how Philadelphia understands and responds to domestic violence, transforming it from a hidden, often dismissed issue into a public concern requiring coordinated citywide action. And
whereas, through leadership and innovation, Women Against Abuse has strengthened Philadelphia's safety net for survivors by operating 2 100-bed emergency shelters, providing nationally recognized legal services, delivering youth prevention programming, and expanding coordinated pathways to safety, and has advanced system-wide collaboration by convening community organizations, public agencies, and city leadership to support a more unified response to domestic violence, including through Shared Safety, Philadelphia's coordinated community response to relational violence. And
whereas, as a trusted partner to the City of Philadelphia, Women Against Abuse has remained open, accessible, and responsive to survivors in times of crisis. And whereas the organization's work reflects the strength and the compassion of Philadelphia, impacting countless survivors who have found safety, stability, and hope through its programs. Now therefore be it
resolved that the City Council hereby honors and recognizes Women Against Abuse for 50 years of service, celebrates its leadership in advancing safety and justice for survivors of domestic violence, and reaffirms its commitment to strengthening support systems and resources across Philadelphia.
I'd like to introduce Joanna Otero Cruz, Director and President of Women Against Abuse. Joanna has a distinguished history of serving children, families, and survivors of intimate partner violence, and currently serves as the board president of the Pennsylvania Coalition Against Domestic Violence. She is a seasoned nonprofit leader with deep roots in the Philadelphia region. Most recently, Joanna was appointed by Mayor Kenny as Deputy Managing Director of Community Services for the City of Philadelphia, where she oversaw 8 departments and managed a $23 million budget. Joanna.
The chair recognizes Joanna Otero Cruz.
Good afternoon, or actually good morning still, members of council. Thank you, Council Member Lozada and Council Member Brooks, and all of the distinguished council members here presente. I'm here with my fellow WA familia, friends and family, and I know that some early founders, I see Carol Tracy, and I know that Cynthia Figueroa is around too, a former executive director and president of Women Against Abuse. My name is Joanna Otero Cruz, and I am proud to stand here on behalf of Women Against Abuse as we celebrate 50 years of service, of advocacy, and partnership here in Philadelphia. 50 years ago, our organization began with a simple but radical belief that everyone deserves to live free from violence in their own home. We've come a long way from the volunteer-run hotline that first answered calls from for women at Philadelphia hospitals injured and afraid. And from our first shelter, as mentioned earlier, a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom row house that immediately got filled with families that were in desperate need of safety. And yet today, this same belief continues to guide every shelter bed we provide, every hotline call we answer, every legal protection we help secure in courts, and every survivor we walk alongside with. But we know that this milestone is just not looking back. It's also about recognizing the ongoing reality of our city. Domestic violence remains one of the most urgent public safety and public health issues facing Philadelphia. And yet it is also one of the most solvable when we have strong systems, committed partners, and sustained investment. That is where City Council leadership has mattered so deeply, and we thank you. Your support has helped ensure survivors have access to emergency shelter, legal support, safe housing, and prevention education. You have helped transform a life-threatening crisis into pathways toward safety and healing. And still, we know that there is still more work to be done, because behind every statistic is a person, a parent trying to protect their children, a young person navigating their first relationship, a survivor rebuilding their life after the unimaginable fear. And behind every survivor is a community that must decide, will we turn away or will we show up? At Women Against Abuse, we choose to show up every day. And we are grateful to have a city that has also chosen to show up with us. As we mark 50 years, we honor the survivors whose courage fuels our mission. We honor the dedicated staff and volunteers and advocates who do this work with compassion each and every day. And we honor our city partners, especially City Council, for standing with us in the belief that safety is a right and not a privilege. Let this anniversary be not only to celebrate how far we've come, but a renewed commitment to where we must go, next towards a Philadelphia where every home is safe and every survivor is believed and supported. Thank you for this honor and for your continued partnership.
Council will be at ease. The next order of business is communications. The chair requests that the Sergeant at Arms delivers the messages from the mayor to the chief clerk. Will the chief clerk please read the messages from the mayor and any other communications in his possession?
To the President and the members of the Council of the City of Philadelphia, I'm submitting herewith for the consideration of your honorable body the following proposed. An ordinance authorizing the Director of Aviation on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to modify a certain easement and acquire additional easement interests in connection with a portion of the parcel or parcels of land commonly known as 8350 Executive Avenue under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance authorizing the Director of the Department of Aviation to acquire on behalf of the city fee simple title or a lesser interest by purchase, amicable negotiation, dedication, donation, condemnation, agreement in lieu of condemnation or otherwise, in and to all portions of a certain parcel of land known as 8800 Tinicum Boulevard in Philadelphia County under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance authorizing the Procurement Commissioner on behalf of the city to enter into a concession agreement with Positive Energy, Inc. for the procurement, construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of direct current fast chargers in the cell phone lot of Philadelphia International Airport under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a multi-year lease agreement with the Fairmount Park Conservancy, under which the city would lease to the Conservancy portions of the city-owned premises known as Franklin Delano Roosevelt Park for the Conservancy's use, operation, management, maintenance, and repair, all under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance authorizing the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure Systems and the Procurement Commissioner on behalf of the city to execute separate multi-year concession agreements with It's Electric, Inc. and Positive Energy, Inc. in connection with a city electric vehicle charging program to site, design, install, own, operate, and maintain a network of publicly available electric vehicle charging stations throughout the city at curbside locations and surface parking lots. Amending Chapter 11-604 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Encroachments Upon and Obstructions of the Street to provide for discontinued approval of electric vehicle charger encroachments, and amending Title 12 entitled Traffic Code to authorize the installation, use, administration, and enforcement of electric vehicle parking spaces, provide for administrative enforcement of violations of electric vehicle parking violations, including camera-based enforcement and towing, all under certain terms and conditions. A resolution approving the reappointment of Abby Pozevsky to the Philadelphia Water, Sewer, and Storm Rate Board. And I am pleased to advise you that on April 27, 2026, I signed the following bill, which passed by council at its session on April 16, 2026, Bill number 260295. There are no further communications in my possession, Council President.
Thank you very much. The messages will be printed in a journal. The next order of business is the introduction of bills and resolutions. The chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Thank you, Council President. Busy day in Philadelphia City Council. I have two privileged resolutions for introduction today.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the privileged resolutions?
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing outstanding educators in the 9th Councilmatic District for their leadership, mentorship, and unwavering commitment to shaping the lives of young people and strengthening school communities through education, service, and opportunity.
This resolution will be placed on the day's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution honoring and recognizing the St. Raymond of Pennafort boys basketball team for winning the 2026 Region 58 Championship, the 2026 Archdiocese of Philadelphia Varsity Boys Basketball Championship, and the 2026 Pennsylvania CYO State Championship, and celebrating a historic season that brought pride and distinction to the Oak Lane community.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I offer two privileged resolutions and one non-privileged resolution on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the resolutions?
A privileged resolution recognizing April 26th through May 2nd, 2026 as a National Apprenticeship Week in the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution recognizing May 7th, 2026 as Alexander Graham Bell and AT&T Day in the city of Philadelphia on the occasion of its 150th anniversary of the first successful phone call and the ultimate founding of AT&T, as well as the first broad public demonstration of the telephone later that year at the Centennials World Fair in the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a non-privileged resolution approving the appointment of William Snyder Jr. as a member of the Board of Commissioners of the Philadelphia Housing Authority.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at our next session of council. Chair recognizes Majority Whip, Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Today I have one resolution and a request that everybody in here contact their school board members about the facility vote that's planning to happen today. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the resolution, please?
A privileged resolution recognizing May as Music Month in the city of Philadelphia and celebrating the city's dedication to the arts, its legacy of producing world-class musicians across genres, and its powerful economic impact, generating billions in revenue, jobs, tourism, and local business growth.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. Chair recognizes Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I offer one bill and one privileged resolution signed by the vast majority of members of City Council.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
A privileged resolution authorizing the Committee of the Whole to hold public hearings to assess the potential establishment of an independent fiscal oversight agency to perform independent fiscal audits of the School District of Philadelphia's annual budget.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
An ordinance amending Section 14-524 of the Philadelphia Code entitled 4th District Overlay District by authorizing basic systems and utilities in the SPPOA zoning district in an area bounded by Ridge Avenue, Calumet Street, the Schuylkill River, and the Wissahickon Creek, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Jamie Gautier.
Good morning, Council President. Today I have one bill that I'm co-introducing with Councilmember Lozada, one privileged resolution, and one non-privileged resolution on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the bill and resolutions.
Thank you. An ordinance amending Chapter 16-400 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Surplus Properties by adding methodology for disposition by property exchange and making other technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Jeremiah Roach, Dylan Adkins, Aiden Marion, Khalif Barakat Cooper, and Marquise Floyd Reed for their outstanding academic achievement in earning associate degrees prior to graduating from high school, and further recognizing Boys Latin of Philadelphia Charter School, Principal Robert L. Parker III, CEO, Dr. William Hayes and Zachary Paris, Director of Early College and Career Programming, for their leadership and commitment to student success.
This resolution will be placed on the day's final passage calendar.
And a non-privileged resolution extending the approval of the 2025 through 2026 Housing Opportunities Made Easy Home Program Annual Program Statement and Budget, which addresses expenditures by various agencies in the first year of the home program to constitute approval of spending in fiscal year 2027 pursuant to the same program statement and budget.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar for next week. Chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau.
Good morning, Council President and the public. Happy to see everybody today. I have four privileged resolutions.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolutions, please.
A privileged resolution authorizing the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities to hold hearings examining the status of transit mobility and access for Philadelphia students and the expansion of the SEPTA student fare program.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution honoring and recognizing lifelong Philadelphian and Central High School and Temple University alum Will Yip as the first Asian American producer and second Philadelphian to win the 2026 Grammy Award for Best Rock Album, and for his outstanding work as an audio engineer and record producer in the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
A privileged resolution recognizing, congratulating, and honoring Community Legal Services on its 60th anniversary.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution recognizing May 4th through the 8th, 2026, as Philly Tech Week in the city of Philadelphia, and celebrating the vibrant and thriving tech ecosystem in Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau.
You already recognized me, but I do want to add that the Will Yin resolution was also co-introduced with Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Kelsey Lozada.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, everyone. Today I offer one privileged resolution co-introduced with Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
Recognizing and celebrating the 100th anniversary of Russell H. Conwell Middle Magnet School.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. Chair recognizes Councilman Jeffrey J. Young.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. President. Today I offer two bills.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the bills.
An ordinance establishing temporary parking regulations and enforcement thereof, and temporary residential and guest parking permits in the vicinity of the area bounded by the intersection of North 21st Street and North College Avenue, North 21st Street, Master Street, North 25th Street, Cecil B. Moore Avenue, North 33rd Street, West Oxford Street, West Glenwood Avenue, North 32nd Street, and continuing along the railroad boundary south from North 32nd Street at West Thompson Street to the intersection of Aspen Street, Pennsylvania Avenue, Hamilton Street, North 21st Street, Fairmount Avenue, Corinthian Avenue, Brown Street, North 21st Street, Poplar Street, Corinthian Avenue, South College Avenue, Poplar Street, West College Avenue, North College Avenue, to the intersection of North College Avenue and North 21st Street, all under certain terms and conditions.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar. This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing various encroachments in the vicinity of 3601 through 7 North Broad Street, Philadelphia, PA 19140, under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee. The chair recognizes Minority Leader Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. I have nothing to introduce today.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Jim Harity.
Thank you, Council President. I have one privileged resolution today.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring the Asian American Business Alliance of Greater Philadelphia for hosting the 2026 Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month Gala in celebration of AAPI Heritage and the 250th anniversary of American independence.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. Chair recognizes Councilman Nicholas O'Rourke.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Philadelphians. All of nothing today.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll.
Morning, Mr. President. I have 4 bills, 3 on your behalf, and 1 non-privileged resolution on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the bills and resolutions.
An ordinance authorizing the Director of Aviation on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to modify a certain easement and acquire additional easement interests in connection with a portion of the parcel or parcels of land commonly known as 8350 Executive Avenue under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Director of the Department of Aviation to acquire, on behalf of the city, fee simple title or a lesser interest by purchase, amicable negotiation, dedication, donation, condemnation, agreement in lieu of condemnation or otherwise, in and to all or portions of a parcel of land known as 8800 Tinicum Boulevard in Philadelphia County under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure Systems and the Procurement Commissioner on behalf of the city to execute a separate multi-year concession agreements with It's Electric, Inc. and Positive Energy, Inc. in connection with a city electric vehicle charging program to site, design, install, own, operate, and maintain a network of publicly available electric vehicle charging stations throughout the city at curbside locations and surface parking lots, amending Chapter 11-604 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Encroachments Upon and Obstructions of the Street to provide for the discontinued approval of electric vehicle charging encroachments and amending Title 12 entitled Traffic Code to authorize the installation, use, administration, and enforcement of electric vehicle parking spaces and provide for administrative enforcement of violations of electric vehicle parking violations, including camera-based enforcement and towing, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Frankfort Creek, Aramingo Avenue, Butler Street, and Frankfort Avenue.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a non-privileged resolution approving the reappointment of Abby Pozevsky to the Philadelphia Water, Sewer, and Storm Water Rate Board.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar at our next session of council. Chair recognizes Councilman Brian O'Neill.
President, I have no bills or resolutions.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Mark Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. No bills or resolutions.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I offer one privileged resolution, one non-privileged resolution, and one bill on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the bill and resolutions.
An ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a multi-year lease agreement with the Fairmount Park Conservancy, under which the city would lease to the Conservancy portions of the city-owned premises known as Franklin Delano Roosevelt Park for the Conservancy's use, operation, management, maintenance, and repair, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution recognizing April 30th, 2026 as National Adopt a Shelter Pet Day in the city of Philadelphia, honoring the vital work of local animal shelters and encouraging residents to adopt, volunteer, and support animal welfare efforts throughout the year.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a non-privileged resolution also renaming the corner of E. Collins Street and Wakefield Street Herbert Drum Birch Way, to honor and recognize the life, service, and enduring legacy of Herbert Drum Birch, a devoted community activist, veteran, healthcare professional, and political leader in the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at the next session of council. Chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmed.
Thank you, Council President. I have one privileged resolution and one bill on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the bill and the resolution.
An ordinance authorizing the Procurement Commissioner on behalf of the city to enter into a concession agreement with Positive Energy, Inc. for the procurement, construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of direct current fast chargers in the cell phone lot at Philadelphia International Airport under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution honoring Dr. Charlotte Brown, Rachel Hannibal, Tiana T. Goodwin, Dr. Jasmine Wright, and Mecca Robinson during National Volunteer Month for their extraordinary service, leadership, and enduring contributions to the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The next order of business is reports from committee. The chair recognizes Councilmember Ketty Lozada for a report from the Committee on Public Property and Public Works.
Thank you, Council President. The Committee of Public Property and Public Works reports out 8 bills with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the report.
The Committee on Public Property and Public Works, to which were referred the following bills. Bill number 251067, An ordinance authorizing real estate transaction by the Commissioner of Public Property, the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority, and the Philadelphia Land Bank necessary to permit the City of Philadelphia to acquire property bounded by Island Avenue, Elmwood Avenue, South 77th Street, Buist Avenue, South 78th Street, Cobb's Creek Waterway, the vacated section of South 75th and the former Grays Avenue, including property known as Chabadi Recreation Center, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 251100, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to enter into an amendment to a sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Municipal Authority for use by the city of all or a portion of the premises located at 1600 through 26 John F. Kennedy Boulevard under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260063, an ordinance renaming and designating the property commonly referred to as Panati Playground, located at 3100 North 22nd Street, to the Allegheny West Recreation Center in recognition of community and neighborhood that it serves. Bill number 260242, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver a deed to the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development, conveying fee simple title to a certain tract of city-owned land with buildings and improvements situated at 5928 through 30 Germantown Avenue in the 8th Councilmatic District of the City of Philadelphia. Bill number 260337, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease or sublease agreements with the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development for all or a portion of the premises that includes certain parcels of land, generally referred to as Victory Gardens and Emerson Landfill, for environmental remediation of the land, development of a facility at said premises, and use by the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 542 all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260338, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to grant a PECO Energy Company an easement for the purpose of accessing, installing, maintaining, and repairing underground transformers and supporting infrastructure along and adjacent to a portion of the Pennypack Path in and about the area commonly known as 7801 State Road under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260339, an ordinance amending Bill number 241031, approved January 15th, 2025, authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property, on behalf of the City of Philadelphia, to enter into a sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Municipal Authority for use by the city of a portion of the premises located at 1 South Broad Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under certain terms and conditions, to authorize the lease of additional space within the premises under certain terms and conditions. And finally, Bill number 260341, an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the City of Philadelphia to enter into a lease or sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Municipal Authority for use by the city of a portion of the premises located at 9353 Cruztown Road under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered the same and returns the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Public Property and Public Works. Council President.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Councilman Ketty Lozada for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading this day of the bills just read into the record by the chief clerk.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of the bills just read by the chief clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. These bills will be placed on our first reading calendar for the day. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young for a report from the Committee on Streets and Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Streets and Services reports out 12 bills with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the report.
The Committee on Streets and Services, to which were referred the following bills. Bill number 250806, an ordinance authorizing encroachments in the nature of a sidewalk cafe in the vicinity of 1811 Fairmount Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19130 under certain terms and conditions. And Bill number 250836, an ordinance authorizing encroachments in the nature of a sidewalk cafe in the vicinity of 1444 Frankfurt Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19125 under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 250918, ordinance authorizing encroachments in the nature of a sidewalk cafe in the vicinity of 161 West Girard Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19122, under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 251029, an ordinance amending Title 12 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Traffic Code to provide for designated transportation network company vehicle stands, definitions and prohibitions, clarifying penalties related to bus, taxi cabs, and TNC vehicle stands, amending violations subject to camera-based parking enforcement, and amending parking violations subject to towing, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 251070, an ordinance amending Section 12-926 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Center City Parking Regulations to confirm regulations adopted by the Department of Streets that establish and revise loading zone regulations in additional portions of the Center City area and reauthorize changes and additions to such regulations, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260026, an ordinance amending Section 12-701 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Designation of Bicycle Lanes to authorize a bicycle lane and removal of parking on Columbia Avenue under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260134, an ordinance amending Chapter 12-923 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Smart Loading Zones, authorizing the Philadelphia Parking Authority to install smart loading zones in the area of Center City bounded by Spring Garden Street, Bainbridge Street, the Schuylkill River, and the Delaware River for the purpose of improving the appropriate use of loading zones and reducing traffic congestion, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260216, an ordinance authorizing the installation, ownership, and maintenance of a dumpster encroachment in the vicinity of 509 through 19 Vine Street, Philadelphia, PA 19106, under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260217, an ordinance authorizing various encroachments in the vicinity of 2655 South Juniper Street, Philadelphia, PA 19148, under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260240, an ordinance removing the parking lane and prohibiting stopping on the south side of Cinnaminson Street from Mitchell Street to Peachin Street. Bill number 260267, an ordinance authorizing an encroachment in the nature of a staircase in the vicinity of 611 South 7th Street, Philadelphia, PA 19147. Under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered the same and returns the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. And Bill number 260340, an ordinance authorizing various encroachments in the vicinity of 323 North Broad Street, Philadelphia, PA 19107, under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered and amended the same and returns the attached bill to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Streets and Services, Council President.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of these bills just read into the record by the chief clerk.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of these bills just read by the chief clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. These bills will be placed on our first reading calendar for today. The chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll for a report from the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities reports out two bills with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the report.
The Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities, to which were referred the following bills. Bill number 260265, an ordinance amending Title 12 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Traffic Code to amend certain requirements applicable to buses and areas designated for use by buses, including applicable penalties, all under certain terms and conditions. And Bill number 260266, an ordinance authorizing the Procurement Commissioner to enter into agreements to purchase electricity, natural gas, and motor fuel for use by the city in city facilities and vehicles, including agreements that obligate payment for delivery of such energy supplies in future fiscal years, all under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered the same and returns the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities, Council President.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading this day of the bills just read into the record by the chief clerk.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of these bills just read by the Chief Clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. These bills will be placed on our first reading calendar for today. The next order of business is the consideration of the calendar. I note that the bills just reported from committees with the suspension of the rules have been deemed to have had a first reading. These bills will be placed on the second reading and final passage calendar for the next session of council. As there are no additional bills on the first reading calendar, the chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning the bills and resolutions on the second reading and final passage calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following resolutions on the final passage calendar and the bills on second reading and final passage calendar are being called up today. Resolution numbers 260398, 260399, 260400, 260401, 260402, 260403, 260406, 260407, and 260408, and bill numbers 260213, 260214, and 260215-A. The following bills on second reading and final passage are being held: 250768 and 250807.
Thank you very much. Before considering these bills and resolutions, we will consider public comment as follows. Your public comment must concern matters on the second reading and final passage calendars for possible action in today's council sessions. All speakers must sign up in order to testify. If you have not already signed up for today's council session, please do so now by giving your name to Ms. Hassan at the table outside the rails to my left. Once you have signed up, you will be called in the order in which your name appears on the sign-up sheets. Under ideal circumstances, public commenters each will have 3 minutes to speak. However, this time limit may vary from session to session. Today, the time limit will be 2 minutes. In order to be fair to all those wishing to speak, I intend to hold faithfully to the 2-minute limit. When you begin speaking, you will see a green light on the podium. When there are 30 seconds remaining to your time, the light will turn yellow, which is your reminder to conclude your remarks. Once 2 minutes have passed, the light will turn red and the sergeant at arms will disconnect the microphone. At that point, please yield the podium to the speaker who's coming after you if you have not done so already. I also reserve the right, pursuant to our rules of council, to limit repetitious comments on the same subject matter. I will now ask the clerk to please read the name of our first speaker.
Will the Honorable State Rep Keith Harris, Michael Fati, Wick Savage, Lynn Landez, William Small, Dr. Charlotte Brown, Debbie Friedman, and Natasha Harris please make your way to the podium?
State Representative Harris, the floor is yours, sir.
State Representative Keith Harris. Before I speak on this resolution, I just would like to say, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Women Against Abuse, I just like to echo one name in this chamber, our own Linda Rios Newby, and honor her, and may she rest in peace. Distinguished body, council president, I come as a neighbor and as a witness, as someone who knows that strength of Philadelphia has always lived in the people who serve without needing a spotlight. Today, I'm proud to celebrate two remarkable women from my community, and also the other honorees. I just work closely with these two women, Dr. Charlotte Brown and Monica Boutier, best known as mother-loving. Dr. Brown has done the hard work, patient, heart-centered work of building spaces where people can heal, organize, and be restored. Her leadership reminds us that service is not just about showing up when the cameras are present. It is about staying present when people are hurting, when communities are tired, and when the work requires love, discipline, and consistency. Monica Boutier represents that same spirit of community-rooted leadership. She is one of those people who holds the fabric together. She leads with care. She moves with purpose. She understands that real change is not always loud, but it is always felt by people whose lives are touched by it. And that is why this recognition matters. When Councilmember Dr. Nina Ahmad honors women leaders through this resolution, she is not only lifting individual achievement, she is naming something bigger. She is naming the truth that Philadelphia is better because of women like Dr. Brown and Monica Boutier and the other honorees who nurture, protect, organize, mentor, and lead with both strength and compassion. So today, I simply want to say thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your example. Thank you for showing our young people what leadership looks like when it is rooted in love, accountability, and community. On behalf of the neighbors who see you, the families who benefit from your work, and the community that is stronger because of you, congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Thank you.
My name is Mike Foti. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm speaking today on the resolution where we have to urge President Trump and his administration to provide comprehensive fertility care and intravenous fertilization to the city. Here's the good news, folks. He already did it. On October 16, 2025, President Trump negotiated what's called most favored nation status with EMD Cervano, a leading drug manufacturer of fertility medication. The drug called Gonal-F, a common fertility drug, is now offered on TrumpRx.gov at a discounted rate of nearly 800%. The Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services estimated that women can save nearly 50% now on fertility drugs from Trump's negotiations. If you're low income, drastically more. I just wanted to get the truth out now. We don't have to urge him. He already did it, but not only for the city, he did it for all of America. But as I see this, and I'm glad he's working to bring more children into the world, I'm wondering, how are we protecting our children now? Other cities are. Newsflash. The Maryland Daily Record newspaper said that Washington, D.C., Virginia, and Maryland just arrested 20,000 criminals because they allowed ICE in. Now, they said a majority of these criminals had criminal records, pedophiles, murderers, rapists. Sadly, these criminals will remain in Philadelphia because the board has restricted ICE. These were not the values that this great city was founded on. It's much greater than that. In fact, I went to a movie recently called A Great Awakening. Go see it. Instead of being woke, you'll be awakened like our founding fathers. I didn't know how much these men were guided by God. They gave their lives to Jesus Christ. They realized he died on the cross for their sins, your sins, my sins, past, present, and future. And when you repent and put your faith in him, believe he died on the cross and rose again, he'll give you a new heart. He'll give you a new life. Okay, can I close one thing? Can I say one thing?
Please conclude your remarks. Excuse me. Thank you all so much for being here today. We do have a robust list of public commenters, so we are respectfully requesting that everyone adhere to the 2-minute limit. Thank you very much.
Good morning, City Council and members. I want to speak on Bill 250768. That is the Clean Air Bill, I believe, that Councilwoman Gautier is supporting. But I first want to take this moment to thank Council President for supporting an organization called Girls Inc. last Thursday. And it was a success of making sure that we support young ladies and their development. Speaking about the Clean Air Act, if we can just teach our young people to bend down and pick up their trash like potato chip bags. In my community, in my travels, even though I'm an old man now, I get down on one knee and pick up trash. And it's not my trash, but it's my city. And if we're gonna have a green, cleaner city, we all have to participate as citizens to control this trash matter. Yes, clean air is very important for all of us, but it starts at home. And if we can participate as a city and help this mayor with a clean, green city, I think we will wind up not having to use the various units that they use to burn trash. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Got 2 minutes, state your name.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Landis at Phillies Republican Network. I'm opposed to Bill 250807 because Center City District violates the spirit and intent of the Sunshine Act, in that they are allowed to tax but not required to hold public meetings nor accept public comments. Their policies are a troubling extension of the rules for City Council and city departments, both of which restrict public comments to agenda items only. Because of these and other rules, the public is not able to hear nor share important information. For example, the public may be unaware that the Asian Americans United, a nonprofit that promotes open borders and an anti-ICE agenda, also appears to receive funding from the city of Philadelphia. Philadelphia is home to over 3,000 nonprofits, employing roughly 175,000 people, and have an estimated income of billions, $48.5 billion in revenue. Reportedly, 90% of city contracts are awarded to nonprofits every year. The question is, how many of these nonprofits are also promoting a political agenda using our tax dollars? It's issues like these that need to be brought to the public's attention, which is why I'm requesting that at least one city council member propose putting the discussion of amending city council rules on the Rules Committee agenda. Thank you very much.
William Scott. Let me give you 2 minutes. Okay. Tell me when to go. Right. Wait till you start the 2 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is William Small. I am a candidate for U.S. Congress in the 3rd District. I do want to say thank you to the city council members who did stand up for Lincoln No Environmental. But with that being said, Bill 250807, I am in opposition of this because we are tired of the same pattern. Vague land deals, broad authority, and the public being asked to trust decisions without full transparency. Too often the meeting happens in this chamber, but the real deals happen behind closed doors. The people know what that means. Properties move through the land bank, sheriff sales, tax sales, redevelopment pipelines. Land changes hands, contracts get awarded, connected interests benefit, and the taxpayers, we're left footing the bill. Meanwhile, Philadelphia residents are already carrying one of the heaviest tax burdens in America, the heaviest. Every time City Hall needs money, the answer is the same. More taxes, more fees, more burden on us. Now another rideshare tax is being proposed. But when do we finally benefit? When do families feel relief? When do workers get a break? When do taxpayers see real return? And if public property is truly meant to serve the public, then why are institutions like Lincoln Law Environment have uncertainty for the future? That's why a lot of these people are here today. Isn't that exactly the problem? What benefits the people is too often neglected. What benefits insiders, that moves quickly. We support parks, we support development, we support progress, but we do not support vague legislation, insider politics, and taxpayers always coming last. No more blank checks, no more backroom deals. It's time to put Philadelphia, people who are really from Philadelphia, first. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Charlotte, you want to come up? You can start standing right here and anywhere you like. Okay. You got 2 minutes. You begin when you're ready. Okay.
Good day. I am Dr. Charlotte Brown. It's an honor to be here. I'm so grateful to Council Member Dr. Nina Ahmed for making sure that the people you see behind me, the voices of Philadelphia is represented well. From the corners of the most dangerous areas in the city of Philadelphia during the pandemic, with tents put up with our own resources, serving the city when the city was shut down, when the state was shut down, we were there. From marching from City Hall all the way to Hunting Park with young people with Mecca Robinson. We are here represented today to let you know that there is a village in the city of Philadelphia. Whether we are behind the scenes or whether we calling each other 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, we are here. I recognize about a decade ago, we were here in this same place saying that we wanted to be friends, and a certain council member, Jones, said that he wanted to be friends with us. Well, here's my friends, and we're continuing to do the work in the city of Philadelphia, and I am so honored to do this. Dr. Nina Ahmed, Natasha Harris, Rachel Hannibal, Randall Sims, Andrew Lawful Sanders, Bridget Powell, Yolanda Bryant, Denise Ripley, Faith Evans, Dr. Lola Blunt, Sonia Blunt, Tina Marie Russell, Dr. DeShonda Williams, Rachel Hannibal, Jamal Johnson, Mecca Robinson, Ricky Duncan, Anthony Baker, Sarita Lewis, Diane Mapp, Kimberly, Nicole Richardson, Nicole Millsap, Jackie Johnson, Aisha Saran Patterson, Sheila Armstrong, Wanda Walker, Samuel, Teresa Lundy, Kyle Morris, Monica Bula, and Ebony Richardson. For those who I left out, I did not mean to. It's so many of us, it's 60 of us, and we're here to continue to serve community. Thank you for this time.
Debbie Friedman, Natasha Harris, Arthur Steinberg, Jonathan Jacobs, Sarah Ept, and David Alexander Jenkins. Please make your way to the podium.
If your name was called, please come up. Debbie, Natasha, Arthur, come on up. Start it up. Hey, Juve, you keep slipping the time. You're hitting buttons.
Thank you.
All right, set. It's set. Take it with you. You can begin.
Okay. Good morning, Council President Johnson, Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and members of City Council. My name is Benjamin Hoover, and I'm speaking on behalf of Arthur Steinberg, President of Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, or PFT Local 3. I'm also here on behalf of our more than 14,000 members to speak in support of a resolution recognizing National Apprenticeship Week in Philadelphia. We in the labor movement have a saying, all work is skilled work. When it comes to public education, the same principle applies. Career and technical education, or CTE, is just as challenging and ultimately as rewarding as advanced placement, algebra, or biology. Students who prefer vocational programming and who do best learning with their hands, literally, are just as studious and ambitious as any other. Registered apprenticeships provide transformational opportunities for students who learn firsthand that there is dignity in all labor. As an added bonus, apprenticeship programs that partner with labor unions, as those in the school district of Philadelphia do, show young people that belonging to a union opens up paths to secure futures and strong communities. The PFT is proud to collaborate with AFL-CIO and all of the other unions to host union experience fairs in schools across the city, in which we connect students with unionized professionals to discuss apprenticeship and career opportunities. We are grateful to elected leaders in this body, including Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, for increasing the city's investment in CTE programming and for supporting registered apprenticeship programs. Life is better in a union. Let's keep working to expand opportunities and spread optimism for Philadelphia Public School students. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Harris. You have 2 minutes. State your name for the record.
My name is Natasha Harris. If you show me the 5 people that you surround yourself around every day, it will tell me exactly who you are. So if you take a look behind me, I got those 5 people and more. That's how deep we are. We the elite 30. When you call on us, we come, boots on the ground. Even without the funding, even without the approval, we still get the job done. How we get the job done? Because we collaborate. We barter our service. We put our egos aside. We put our pride aside. And we'll run down on any block when it comes to these kids. Okay? We'll run down on any block, any room when it comes to these kids. Because we don't play when it comes about education. Education is the most important tool, and that's what we use through literacy, through changing lives. And we thank Dr. Brown so much for being able to bring us together. United we stand, divided we fall. Everyone in this room, make sure you ask about us. Make sure you Google us individually and collectively, because we coming to see you. I don't know where them bags at in this room, but we coming to see you because we want to collaborate with you on all levels. And we thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Majority Leader Richardson. My name is Jonathan Jacobs. I work for the School District of Philadelphia. I represent the Office of Career and Tech Education. I represent Mastbaum High School, West Philadelphia High School, and Kensington Health Science Academy. And I'm here today with the AFL-CIO to represent apprenticeships and and thank you guys for recognizing the importance of the workforce we have here in our schools. I want to say yesterday we just had 10 students from West Philadelphia High School, seniors graduating, walking out the door with jobs at Penn Medicine, making over $20 an hour before they're even outside. I'm really hoping that City Council, we can go out there and really encourage our local industries and companies to call their school and ask for employees. Every time we've had a company, a local industry call us at Mastbaum or West Philly, we've been able to send students out. And I'm also asking that if we can really focus on making the process easier for our youth to get the opportunities that are available in Philadelphia. With Councilman Richardson put out this amazing apprenticeship guidebook, which has now put all the people that they need to contact to apply in their hands, which has made it easier. But right now we also have a system where we have all these opportunities through our C2L, but it's been really hard for students to apply. We've really been changing lives in the city of Philadelphia right now. I can say last year we had 3 kids hired as electrician at the airport. We've had kids hired at SEPTA now as auto mechanics. The city of Philadelphia itself has knocked down with 5 city preference points and hire kids as fleet auto mechanics. And I'm really hoping we just create more of that and give opportunities to all of our students. So I'm just asking if everyone reach out to their local business and just encourage them to please reach out to the school, call us, let us know what they're looking for, mentor them early. CT students are graduating at a 93% rate versus traditional high school students. So please, just give us an opportunity and build the workforce of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council will be at ease.
Will Jared Johnson make your way to the podium?
Council will be at ease. Excuse me, council will be at ease. Please resume.
My name is Jared Johnson. I represent Transit for Philadelphia and I'm also a lead transit organizer for Fifth Square Advocacy. I'm here today to support the universal student fares brought on by Councilmember Landau. Every youth deserves a chance for independence to get to school, extracurricular activities, jobs, shopping, and leisure activities, and so on, as well as summer opportunities and internship without cost barriers. Young people in Philly deserve the freedom of mobility and access to opportunities that will help build their futures. Unfortunately, the current accepted student fare program does not go far enough. Students who live less than 1.5 miles from their school who have jobs after school, enrichment activities on the weekends, or programs over the summer are unable to use the accepted passes to reach them. Not all students are delinquent that cause troubles or jump the fare gates. Not all students are mean to cause harm. There are young people in this city that want to have a future and thrive in society as well. Just like students in New York City, Seattle, and Washington, D.C., Philly deserves the freedom to move around the area without having to depend on parents, families, and others to get around or to get a ride during school hours, or after school hours, I mean. There are parents and peers who may be struggling financially as well. Peer cities such as Washington, D.C. and New York City have recently given their students much freedom of mobility, so Philly should have the same opportunities. By expanding the fares, it will give these students a chance to open a lot of doors for other options to have a great future and to have some breathing room for parents and peers as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Will Harry Graham, Eben Jarrett, Matthew Skonbox, Will Tung, and Quinlan Burke. Please make your way to the podium. She might be Sarah.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Apt, and this is my 15th year teaching at Alney High School. 8 of my students are here with me so that they can be part of the civic processes that affect them. I'm here to speak about the importance of providing pathways to apprenticeships for young people in Philadelphia. Some young people have talents and passions so strong that just the basics of school don't serve them well. I'd like to tell the story of a young person whose life was changed by access to pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships. Tatiana Johnson did not love school. In fact, our principal told her that if she could make it through her whole senior year without fighting, he would shout her out at graduation. She did, and he did. Her first 3 years had been less smooth. What changed? In October of her senior year, she became a pre-apprentice with Rosie's Girls at IBEW. Suddenly, Tatiana was motivated. She had a goal. She had a reason to come to school, to excel in her classes, and to stay out of trouble and distraction, all in service of her chosen career as an electrician. Tatiana thrived at Rosie's Girls, and after the program ended, she continued as an intern at IBEW. She is now, including right now today, helping a new class of Rosie's Girls to achieve their dreams, and is herself in the process of applying to be an apprentice. This was not a lucky chance. For young people like Tatiana to succeed, we need an infrastructure. In February 2023, Monica Robinson and I organized Philadelphia High School's first apprenticeship fair at my school, Alney High School. Young people learned that they had options for high-paying, interesting work with unions and dignity. Monica and I expanded these fairs throughout the city to reach thousands of young people in what we now call the Union Experience Fairs. After a young person hears about an opportunity at one of these fairs, then what? Do we hope that they find their way there? No, we support them by educating all of their teachers about the opportunities. We support them through pre- and post-fair education. At Alney, we support them through a referral process that helps young people in every grade to come speak with me and get counseling about their dreams and options. We support them by offering a trades major with classes for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students. We support them with over a dozen apprenticeship-focused field trips a year. This was the 4th year of our Union Experience Fairs at Alney.
Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. Some of our seniors greeted apprenticeship coordinators by name, and Cece Chun, who as a senior had learned about the Urban Technology Project, came back as a presenter. Thank you. We would like to continue these programs. Alney stands to lose this program, among others, if the proposed staff cuts to our school go through. We don't need fewer resources allocated, but more.
Please conclude your remarks. I have to keep it fair for everybody. Thank you.
Harry Graham.
Madam Chair, speakers and guests, I'm David Alexander Jenkins, and I rise to the resolution as presented by Member Landau. When I think about educational excellence and I think about the standards set by the students of Boys Latin and those of Alney High School, of Fells High School here in Chambers today, I think about what it takes to be raised up in a city like Philadelphia, this greatest of cities, this city of brotherly love, and dare I add, sisterly affection. I think about the word opportunity because opportunity is where the foundation upon which all success is founded. But I am, however, reminded at time to time again in Philadelphia that we are far often participating either in the complacency or complicity of the building of inequity in the very infrastructure of this city, creating an opportunity gap that cannot be closed. It is therefore that I come before you today to urge the passages of this resolution as presented, Exhibit A. A low-income student doesn't choose between inconvenience and participation. They choose between paying out of pocket money that they do not have to participate in school activities at all. As it stands today, the School District of Philadelphia restricts students' fare cards and students living more than 1.5 miles from school, and it cuts off fare cards entirely after 8 o'clock p.m. 1.5 miles. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the distance between Penn's Landing and 30th Street Station to get to school, in some instances, by 7:30 in the morning. I mean, what could possibly happen to a 12-year-old at 1.5 miles on the blocks of Philadelphia at 7:30 in the morning? I mean, really, what could happen? This is obscene. Beloved, I do not need to holler, scream, juck, or jive in crude and distasteful displays of power to relay that these students cannot afford an Uber ride home from a late-night school activity with or without $1 of tax affixed to their lives. I said what I said. These cards are necessary. These hearings are not a radical ask, they are the minimum, and we owe it to our young people who are trying against real odds to build a future in this city. Philadelphia already has the mechanism to work with the Commonwealth and address these issues. Philadelphia recognizes the moral obligation. We need now support this resolution.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Harry Graham, Jr., and this is my 11th year of teaching welding at Benjamin Franklin High School. Today, I'm here to speak in support of the National Apprenticeship Week resolution. I'd like to thank Council President Johnson for the opportunity to address this body, as well as Councilmember Gilmore Richardson for her leadership in bringing this critical resolution forward. As a career and technical education teacher, my responsibilities extend outside the classroom. I serve as a liaison between the academic theory and the practical talents that fuel our city's economy. CTE is important because it gives students a why behind their study. It converts abstract principles into real-world applications, guaranteeing that our graduates not only are college-ready, but also career-ready from the start. Today, I want to focus on the power of a registered apprenticeship programs. In my experience, teaching welding, I've witnessed how these programs have debt-free road to the middle class. For many of my students, the most significant advantage of an apprenticeship is the earn while you learn paradigm. It eliminates the financial constraints that often prevent outstanding young people from pursuing higher education or specialized training. When I talk to students about these options, I frequently mention that the most surprising aspects of a registered apprenticeship is the amount of mentorship. It is more simply than a job. It is an introduction to a community of craftspeople that care about your success. My one piece of advice to any student choosing this road is to approach it with curiosity and tenacity. Technical abilities can be learned, but a thirst for knowledge is what transforms an apprentice into a journeyman. For me, the influence of this work goes beyond the theoretical. It is generational. One of my former welding students from Ben Franklin High School now teaches welding at A. Philip Randolph Career and Technical High School. Seeing a student move to the front of the classroom, becoming a colleague and a leader in the school district of Philadelphia is the ultimate indication that these programs work. We are not simply training welders, we are training future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, my name is Evan Jarrett. I'm the building trades instructor at Mayfair Elementary. I'm speaking from a different lens. I'm speaking from engaging the students earlier. You've never seen fourth graders run to a classroom excited to learn a trade. And I always preach when I post everything that I post, exposure and opportunity. We gotta expose the kids earlier to the trades so they can have options about knowing what they wanna do. Imagine if Harry Graham, the instructor right there, he gets my students from 4th grade and they graduate 8th grade and they know they want to go into the trades. It's going to help the unions, it's going to improve the quality of life. Students are going to come to school, crime is going to come down because they have a sense of purpose and they feel like they can lose something. I see it because I go to these schools. I'm at Wagner, I'm at all these other schools, and I see the kids how engaged they are when they come to my classroom. And Wagner, I'm only there on Saturdays. I'm going to say in closing, like I said, I'm going to keep it short. If we got to stop doing what we always been doing, we got to try to do something different. And if you want to build taller buildings, you got to dig a deeper foundation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Schambacher. I'm the Apprentice Coordinator and Training Director for the Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers Local 1. First, I would like to thank Council President Johnson for the opportunity to speak, and also Council Member Gilmore Richardson for introducing the National Apprenticeship Resolution. I'm a proud graduate of Local 1 Bricklayers Apprenticeship Program. And before that, I went to W.B. Stoll High School, where I also, there you go, where I went through CTE program. And one of the most interesting things when I got into my apprenticeship was how much the CTE program helped. In my CTE program, I learned welding and other things I was able to carry into the trade. And the other thing that I learned through my apprenticeship was all the opportunities that are afforded to you once you graduate. There's plenty of roles you can grow into. You can become a foreman. You can become a superintendent, project manager, safety director, business agent, instructor. You know, the list goes on and on and on. These are real careers for people. And this year at our apprenticeship program, we're graduating 38 apprentices. Now they're graduating with like a family-sustaining wage and a lifelong career. This is going to change their life and be a career for the rest of their lives. Yeah, if I had one thing of advice for an apprentice just starting out is to be self-motivated and to you know, lead by example. You know, we always go by the rules. If you're early, you're on time. If you're late, you know, that's unacceptable. If you're on time, you're late. So, thanks a lot.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Will Tung. I'm speaking in support of Councilmember Landau's resolution calling for hearings on SEPTA student fares. I'm a volunteer with Fifth Square Advocacy. We're a member of the Transit Forward Philly Coalition. I live in King Sessing in Southwest Philly with my wife and 12-year-old daughter. I just want to bring up that on Monday, the city kicked off It's a Summer Thing. It's a lineup of summer programming and opportunities for youth like my daughter. And my daughter will be a part of this with her rec center summer camp. Her 6-week summer camp is wonderful and it's affordable. And it costs us $325 for the 6 weeks. Guess how much the SEPTA fare will cost for us to get her there? It's $348. It's $30 more than the actual summer camp itself. So for thousands of families, SEPTA is the difference between getting by and falling behind. We at Fifth Square Advocacy applaud Councilmember Landau for leading the fight to make our city more affordable for Philadelphia families and open up opportunities for children. We support the resolution for hearings on SEPTA student fares and look forward to them. And there are thousands of kids with this SEPTA student fare card sitting useless in their bag all summer, all night, and all weekends. This is a policy choice, and it can be a different one. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Quinlan Burke, and I'm a student at Temple University. I'm here on behalf of the SEPTA Youth Advisory Council, and the YSC would like to extend its thanks to Councilmember Landau for introducing this resolution on student fares here today. Before moving to Philly for school, I spent my K through 12 years growing up in New York City, where an iconic part of being a student was our student MetroCard passes. This program works identically to how Philly's currently does, valid only from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. on weekdays, and I would often find myself needing to ask my parents for a few bucks if I wanted to attend a late night sports game or go to a weekend volunteering event, and many of my friends would just resort to fare evasion. But a couple years ago, New York City expanded the program to allow for rides on weekends and over the summer. As my luck would have it, the program was implemented right after I graduated, but my brother is currently taking advantage. And the expanded passes serve not just as a ride to school for him, but as a passport to extracurricular activities, community events, and to the city as a whole. That's why I can stand here and confirm what many already suspect, that expanding student fare programs works. It has helped my family and thousands of others back at home. And I know it will help so many families in this city that are dealing with a cost of living crisis that we're facing down this country by taking a small but meaningful, or not so small as we previously saw, meaningful expense off their balance sheets. It is imperative that we move forward quickly with these hearings. And this summer, young people will have more opportunities than ever to engage with an international community of young folks, bond over a universal love of sports. But how can we expect them to get to Lemon Hill or Penn's Landing or the Link? How can our students view transit as a reliable method of travel when the card in their pockets shuts off completely over the summer? Students in Philly deserve their own passport to their own city. I hope the council seriously considers a hearing on the proposal, and I thank you for your time.
Will Jared Johnson, Quinlan Burke, John McCauley, Jeremy Blatstein, Stephen Bronskill, and Queen Judith Robinson make your way to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Alante McCauley. I'm with a grassroots organization called Flip Philly Red. We're here to offer you something different because you've been voting for the mayor's office for the past 70 years. In regard to this resolution urging Congress to provide comprehensive fertility care for IVF, this is a sensitive topic that I don't treat lightly. In my journey to have a stronger relationship with God, I'm working on not compromising God's plans for my human desires. At what point do we stop trying to play God? If we believe life begins at conception, then we can't treat embryos like it's Build-A-Bear. IVF creates multiple embryos and then discards them or freezes them indefinitely. In regard to this resolution, when did Democrat politicians start caring about military families? Did they care about the military families when they forced them to get the COVID shot or be discharged from the military? Did they care about military families when they compromised their safety implementing their DEI policies? The NDAA is for national defense and warfighting, not broad fertility coverage. Babies are supposed to be a blessing, but when you're selecting eye color, hair color, and choosing the sex, tell me, where's God involved in that? Babies are not lab rats. We should prioritize restorative reproductive medicine that treats underlying issues like endometriosis, hormone problems, or lifestyle factors. All of this is hypocrisy. The Democrat Party is the reason for historic low birth rates, pushing LGBTQ and abortion. Nothing about their party is pro-family. They are truly the party of baby mom culture. Single baby moms with baby showers with the budget of a rapper music video. John Alante McCauley for PAGOP State Committee, Stacey Garrity for governor.
Hello, Jeremy Blatstein. Thank you, Councilman O'Rourke, for your questions of the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office. Greatly appreciated. But I think we really need to understand what the timeline looks like because that question was not answered, right? What does an ideal timeline look like for the eviction process? And then fund it from there. But we're talking about the Philadelphia Land Bank. And let's raise your hand here. Let's ask some questions. Do you know that there are different rules in different districts of what the land disposition policy is for Philadelphia City Council, right? Each district member makes their own rules. That's not documented anywhere, that's not on the books, and it's confusing to everybody. So if you want the process to get streamlined, we need to put that in public, right? Council President Johnson says no side yards. Councilwoman Gautier says, yeah, I support some side yards here and there. Councilwoman Lozada doesn't support anything. She has 30 homes on her desk right now that she says is gonna spur gentrification, but instead, she supports other nonprofits for the same thing. And let's have a conversation about what it means when there's growth in the city of Philadelphia, and we're talking about generational wealth and properties. Values go up. It's plain and simple, but luckily, we have policy in place to help long-term home owners and seniors and low-income people to freeze their taxes. Those programs work, but Councilman Thomas wants to talk about funding the school district. What funds the school district? Property taxes. So let's not stop with this, what about the increases of values? That's how you fund our school district. Plain and simple. And last but not least, we're talking about SEPTA. Fund it for the kids, right? the school kids should be using it. It will help us to document and track it, ride the ride, grow Philly to Millie. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Stephen Bronskill. I'm here with Transit Forward Philadelphia, also the Student Fair Coalition. I'm here in support of Councilmember Landau's resolution calling for hearings on student fairs. I'm so grateful to her leadership and to many on the council here. We heard from so many amazing young people here today. They deserve great schools. They also deserve the freedom of mobility, as you've heard from many folks. There are so many plots on movies and TV shows about a young person trying to get a set of car keys when they turn 16. There's a Fresh Prince episode I saw recently about it. But in Philly, we have something even better. That's not how it worked for me or for many in Philly. We have this student fare card. Unfortunately, though, it could go farther. It can work on the weekends, over the summer, extended hours. I saw this firsthand as a youth cycling coach. Watch out, there is the future Lance Armstrong in Philadelphia. They are much stronger and faster than me, but they need to be able to get to where their bikes are. When we do a tournament at Hunting Park, when we have summer programming for them at Sedgley, actually at Lemon Hill, and that SEPTA fair is often the barrier between them and accessing a meaningful enrichment opportunity like so many of the programs you heard from today. I also think about the 30,000 Philadelphia students who don't get one of these at all. We're asking them to walk 1.5 miles. That is like walking from here to Cherry Street Pier, from here to Girard, from here to Tasker, or here to 30th Street. Those are nice walks on a nice day, but in the rain or the snow or the heat, we think they deserve the free mobility to get to school and to get the opportunities that will help them in the future. I applaud the leadership of this city council in fighting for transit on so many fronts. I think student fairs are a piece of the puzzle. It's how we're gonna win transit for all in everyone in Pennsylvania, because we're gonna build future ridership and build a culture where we are all moving together. These hearings are a great opportunity to figure out how we can make the most of our limited resources. I urge you to support it, and I thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Will the young gentleman from the Boys Latin School make your way to the podium? Robert L. Parker, Zachary Paris, Aiden Marion, Lauren Myers, Dylan Atkins, Jeremiah Roach, Stephanie Wells, and Stephanie Atkins.
Yes, good afternoon. Queen Judith Robinson here regarding 260, 406, 407, and 408. Land movement in the 5th District, the 22nd Police District, Gentrification Central, where now is being built a $40 million police facility. Everybody knows Queen Judith is a steward of North Philadelphia. It's where I live, born and bred, and I live there now. I'm a committee person. I'm a real estate professional for many, many years. I'm grandmother, okay? Right in the neighborhood, North Philly. So in the spirit of Clara Baldwin, who encouraged us to don't change your address, address the problem. So for the past 2 years, I have written emails to my councilperson, Jeffrey Young, the head of the police department, Captain Goodson at the time, who decided not to enforce parking on the sidewalks. So land movement increases density, increases need for parking. We need to do something about parking. So therefore, I'm encouraging the members, especially you council at large folks who represent me too, along with Jeffrey Young, help him out, because something's going on where he can't hear me. He can't hear what I'm saying, black grandmother from North Philly, okay? When I asked over and over again to have this enforced, it's already illegal. What we doing here? So in that regard, I want to talk about the increase in density when we have this land movement that most people don't even know about. Being that I am who I am, I make sure I check on all things going on. So I'm asking for law enforcement, the murder and mayhem that's going on in the 22nd District on the 22nd Street in Gentrification Central. Let's nip these things in the bud. Let's be proactive as we deal with increase in density in Philadelphia. Thank you.
Will Sheila E. Armstrong, Sally Heck, Rashawn Moore, Dina Williams, Aisha Harris, Charles Friedman, Simona Birch, Madeline Jones, Danae Mobley, Chris Wink, Obana Hagans, and General Multi Ajamu Asabora. Please make your way to the podium.
Good afternoon, distinguished council members and Madam Chair. I stand to support the resolution for the 5 Boys Latin students who will be receiving their associate's degrees this Saturday before they receive their high school diplomas. Yes. My name is Robert Parker, and I have the pleasure of serving as the principal of Boys Latin High School. 19 years ago, David Hardy set out to address the issue of black and brown boys graduating from high school and going to college in the West Philadelphia area. I stand before you to say that we've lived up to the mission and vision of what David Hardy set out to establish, which is sending the most amount of black and brown boys in the state of Pennsylvania to college, even to today. Fast forward to 2022, our current CEO, Dr. William Hayes, had the bold vision to be able to create a pathway for black and brown boys to be able to go to college to receive their associate's degree before they graduate from high school. That was met with opposition. There was doubt. There were questions. People wondering, can these boys actually compete? Will they be able to deal with the academic rigor that they'll have to face in college? Will they be able to handle the responsibility of being independent and navigating themselves on a college campus? Well, I am glad to say that I stand here now in 2026 saying those young black and brown boys was able to defy the odds and be able to show that they can handle the academic rigor of what college courses need and what they were able to face, because these 5 young men will now be graduating from CCP on Saturday. And so because of that, they have now blazed a trail for not just their class, but the class of 2027, the class of 2028, the class of 2029, and the many classes that will come behind them, to be able to see that it is possible to be able to go that pathway of being able to get your associate's degree before getting your diploma. And this is why I ask that we celebrate and recognize these 5 young men for their hard work and their commitment.
Good afternoon. My name is Aiden Marion. I'm a senior at Boys Latin High School of Philadelphia. So the question is, why should we be honored for receiving our associate's degree before our high school diploma? Why wouldn't you want to honor us, should be the real question. When, especially education excellence in the black community and young black men. At Boys Latin, a pledge that we have to mesmerize, the first line is, Edukatu se genere or te meum es. That stands for education is my birthright. Education is the birthright to all. When teachers and staff care, families care, we care, students also care. From that care teaches us that not only support from staff and teachers and family members is coming into us, that we know that we can accomplish getting our associate's degree before our high school diploma. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dylan Atkins. I am a senior at Boys Latin Charter School. I am currently in the middle college program, earning my associate's degree in liberal arts. The reason why I'm up here today is to celebrate the hard work, the determination, and the courage to adapt to a new environment at CCP that it took us. Another reason why I'm here is to commend us on the long nights of studying that we did as seniors. Thank you.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Jeremiah Roach, senior quarterback at Boys Latin High School, also in the middle college program. I just want to thank everybody in the city that actually recognizes us for our hard work and dedication. And also
just earning our associate's degree while in high school. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody.
Hello, my name is Sally Hecht, and I'm a Sustainable Transportation Program Coordinator with the Clean Air Council. We are Philadelphia's oldest nonprofit environmental health organization. We advocate for policy and infrastructure that promotes sustainable modes of transportation like transit, biking, and walking to improve overall air quality. Well-funded public transit with high ridership is necessary to move towards greener and healthier communities. Today, I'm here to urge City Council to pull together the key players and begin the necessary work for a fully funded and expanded Student Fare Pass. The Student Fare Pass, as it stands, has been extremely successful in moving students around the city to the various schools they attend. This has been wildly helpful, but the pass is unable to be used during key times where school-aged youth can take advantage of all that Philadelphia has to offer. In solidarity with advocates for the expansion, we are asking that the 1.5 mile limit be removed, allowing students who live shorter distances to still receive a pass. This would allow them to take advantage of extracurricular activities, after-school programs, jobs, and internships outside of their neighborhoods. We are also advocating for the fare card to be extended to weekends and through the summer. In 2023, it was reported that 29.5% of youth ages 16 to 19 were employed. That's almost a third of youths in the city. The cost of a round trip is often more than half of their hourly wage per day, eating into their income. Summer camps and activities for younger youth, as well as career training programs for high schoolers, are currently struggling for funding and budget cuts. Using limited funds to assist their students in their efforts to move across the city has strained these programs' already tight budgets and cut back on using that money for other important budget lines like tools, gear, and professional workshops. Assisting young people in moving freely throughout their city is beneficial to the city itself and the people who live here. With the expanded student fare card, students can take advantage of internships, programs, pre-apprenticeships, and other amazing opportunities they would not able to have access to. They can visit cultural institutions, activate green spaces, and take part in nature. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terica Moore. This is my son, Rashawn Moore. He attends Lincoln-All. This is my son, Rashawn Moore. He attends Lincoln-All. He has a left eye blindness and a 50% eye in the right eye blindness. Lincoln-All has been that community for me to teach me how to help educate my son. And please, whatever y'all do, do not close Lincoln-All. When we migrated from Florida in 23, his middle school left me hopeless with how to teach him. Lincoln-All has provided that village for me. Please keep Lincoln-All. So now they taught me how to text to speak. He's been taught by Braille. He has made straight A honor roll every semester since he's been there this past 2 years. They have brought out the best in him. Me being a young mother, I was broken. So please save Lincoln-All. Lincoln-All has been my reason to stay here in Philly from the Florida weather. Please, anybody, vote to save Lincoln-All, please.
Ma'am, may you please restate your name for the record for the stenographer?
Terica Moore.
Thank you.
My name is Rashawn Moore, and the thing I like about Lincoln-All is we get to do math, reading, and fraction in our classroom when we cook. And what I do downstairs, I clean up the cafeteria basically every day because it's my job and it's my duty to do it. So I search up this thing called SEPTA, and that's why I'm cleaning up the cafeteria to work for that company. And please, whatever you guys do, please keep the school open because I don't want it to shut down. Thank you, please.
A future engineer, he says. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Anthony Phillips.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I just want to take 20 seconds to say, just for the public who's listening, we in the City Council have provided our recommendations arduously to the City of Philadelphia regarding the school board. However, a lot of people in the public don't know that it's the school board, which is a body appointed, that is making this decision. If it was up to City Council, Lincoln Hall would not be on that list, but we are going to keep advocating and fighting. Just want to make sure folks know. Okay, perfect. Oh, they know. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dana Williams, and I come here today on the request of my son, who is a 14-year-old freshman at Lincoln Hall, which is the first school where he felt safe. Lincoln Hall became his home, and we have been welcomed and embraced. He is autistic and exceedingly mentally gifted, and with that combo comes an acute awareness of all of their faults and also all of the particulars of everything around him. This causes anxiety, which is clinical, and debilitation, and also leads to his self-deprecation at times, which is a very common effect for those who share his disability. With all that is going on in the news, as a student, he just simply asked one question. If they close our school, who is going to make sure that everyone in our school is mentally okay? I cannot give him that peace of mind. But as an educator, I ask, will there be grief counselors? Will there be grief counselors at night? Because tonight, when the school board decides which children are simply not valuable enough to keep their schools open, the social and emotional effects will be rapid as disabled people are once again devalued and discriminated. When the decision gets made, as a mother, I instinctively know that tonight there will be mothers throughout the city of Philadelphia who will have to counsel their children as they cry themselves to sleep. And tomorrow, there will be mothers who will be sitting exhausted and sleepless in a hospital, holding their child and praying that they survive through the night. As 72 hours from now, there will be parents forced to make the painful decision as to whether they will send their child back to school or to an in-treatment center. If grief counselors are needed, because closing a school is a death to the future of a special needs child, as it may be their only avenue to a healthy adult life. The disruption to their educational process is criminal, as it is contributing to the delinquency of minors. Thank you very much. Keep Lincoln Hall open.
Good evening, members of the board. I am here to speak on behalf of my daughter and the students of Lincoln Hall. I attended the school board meeting that they had with our school of over 200 other concerned parents. And what I was concerned about was I didn't see any plan for the life skills class. They said that the school was going to be integrated with Roxborough. It is to my understanding that Roxborough does not have a life skills class. So my question is, what happens to the children who have IEPs like my daughter, Lanaya, who has Down syndrome and is also legally blind because she's albino? She's been going to Lincoln Hall for the last 3 years. She left from Overbrook Educational Center with other students that she's been with for the last 10 years. They've built a family and a bond. Lanaya does not do well with transitions. So her leaving to a new school with new people in a new environment will be very detrimental to her progress and will cause her to regress and degress in which she has accomplished so far. As well as the other parent, I'm concerned, is there going to be any grief counseling for these children who have been with these same students for over 10 years, and they are like a family. Her teacher has told me how they support each other, how they help the teachers with each other because of the relationship they've had for the last 10 years. So, under the landmark Supreme Court ruling in Andrew F. versus Douglas County in 2017, the court established that a child's IEP must be reasonably calculated to enable a child to make progress appropriate in light of the child's circumstances. For my daughter, this life skill class isn't an extra. It is the specific environment that allows her to engage in progress. Transferring her to a genetic program where she cannot thrive is a failure to meet the Andrew F. standard. The law requires meaningful progress and not just the de minimis or bare minimum progress that she would receive elsewhere. Failure to provide thank you.
Wait a minute. I know who you are, but please state your name for the record.
Aisha Harris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Obona Hagins. I'm the president of the Philadelphia Reparations Coalition for American Freedmen. On today's final passage calendar, you are voting on land bank and property disposition ordinances that determine who gets access to land, development, and long-term opportunity in this city. I've had conversations with Councilmember Squilla and Councilmember Nina Ahmad in regards to the Office of Freedmen Affairs. And I seem to think that there are people in here that are afraid to do things specifically for the chattel slavery survivors. There are pieces of legislation that this body has passed specifically dedicated to illegal immigrants and the tax-paying citizens, the American freedmen, don't have agency within this body, within this city government. And not only is it an equal protection issue, but it's just not fair. And so what I've been finding out, and people have been asking me, well, maybe the American freedmen who are on this body are afraid to offend white people. This is what they've told me. So I have to ask the American freedmen on this body that, like, let's say if I was a Jewish person and I was fighting for Jewish issues and this body was all Jewish. Could you imagine this body going against this Jewish person about a constitutional mandate? This is what's happening with the American freedmen in this body. They've just haven't even talked about the Office of Freedmen Affairs. It's a constitutionally, federally mandated office, the Freedmen's Bureau Act. So what's the holdup, American Freedmen Council members? Why are you afraid to stand up for your own people? Obona Hagins, over and out.
All right, good afternoon again. I don't want to speak or say anything, but I'm from Lincoln Hall, so I'm a life skill instructor. Okay, my name is Henry Nwale Penja, all right? Listen, Lincoln Hall is a team put in place, seriously put in place. People who care, we together, working in the trench, like we see that people like this, they have a future. When we look at them, we don't look at them like there's a problem, okay? They're real. They need real instructor, real things that they can put their hands on and they can learn fast and they can understand fast. So Lincoln has built a team that can take care of people like this. When you shift this team, guess what? They'll be misplaced. I know there are many teachers all around the world, but teachers are different. They come with different abilities and skills. If you do this, you will shift everything. One example, for example, I love sports. You guys know about sports. What happens when you develop a team and you change one player or two players? What happens? The team depletes. You got to be careful how you make changes in life. So thank you all for your time. Thank you all for your devotion. But I know and I understand that we're going to make the right decision, not to close Lincoln Hall, but to start to really take time, evaluate our lives, and bring better change into this world. We can do this, people. Yes, we can do this. Love you all. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Madeline Johns, and I am here with Transit Forward Philadelphia in support of Councilmember Landau's resolution to expand the current SEPTA Student Fare Program. Being a Bryn Mawr College student, I utilize public transportation to advance myself academically and professionally. I travel around the city to attend class field trips, lectures at other universities, and for social activities. I enjoy being a college student in Philadelphia, a city that is rich in its history and community opportunities for students. To access Philadelphia as a university student, I utilize SEPTA's University Pass program, which allows me to travel around the city for free with up to 240 unrestricted rides per month on all modes of SEPTA public transportation. School students in grades 7 through 12 should have the same access to mobility as university students in Philadelphia do. As an intern with Transit Forward Philadelphia, I have been working to research, connect stakeholders, and advocate for universal student fares to make public transit more accessible and equitable for all Philadelphia students. The current SEPTA student fare program limits student mobility and places financial burden on students' families to transport their children to opportunities around Philadelphia. Middle and high school students in Philly deserve the freedom of mobility and access to opportunities that will help build their futures. Unfortunately, the current SEPTA student fare program does not go far enough. Students who live less than 1.5 miles from their school and who have jobs after school, enrichment activities on the weekend, or programs over the summer are unable to use their SEPTA passes to reach them. I've spoken to students who are not even eligible for the student fare program because they live 1.4 miles from their school. Think about having to walk a 1.4 miles to school during a Philadelphia winter. This pass is not supporting student mobility or academic success. I am asking you to consider supporting expanding the current SEPTA student fare program in Philadelphia so that middle and high school students can utilize mobility to access growth and experience opportunities around their city. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Simona Birch. I'm the daughter of Herbert Drum Birch. To me, he was my father, but to the neighborhood, he was a hero. Column Street is located in the Brickyard section of Germantown. Brickyard is where my dad grew up. He went from being a kid to growing into the Marine Corps and becoming a jet engine mechanic, then leaving the military and becoming a registered nurse. Not only did he serve our country as a Vietnam veteran, he also cared for his community. When he joined his biker club, his name was Brickyard. That's how proud he was of his community. My dad sat in meetings and at tables to make sure that his community was fed and had jobs. He also made sure that he personally shop for toys and bikes for the children to have Christmas as well. The day my father passed, the community was supposed to honor and recognize my dad for all of his contributions in the community, and that didn't go quite as planned, being as though he was no longer here. When my dad first passed, that block was the only comfort for some, and it's almost as if his presence is still felt there. I'm asking that the renaming of Column Street and Wakefield be granted in order to give my dad, Herbert Birch, or Drum as the community and neighborhood called him, the honor and respect that he deserves for all that he has done for the community. Thank you.
Charles Friedman and General Muti Ajumu Asaboro.
Hotep after Huru. I'm General Muti. General is my title, and Muti Ajumu Asaboro is my name. Initially, I came here to talk about, to object to a bill. No specific bill, but because it was dealing with language, and I always have objections to the language because the average Jane and John Q. public, if they read the bill, they wouldn't even know what you were talking about. So that's something y'all need to work on. This is for all city council. This is for everybody in this room. It's for everybody can see this, hear it. This is really about governing. You can take what I have to say. If you don't find it has any value, you can throw it in the trash. Or you can apply it to your life. This is for those who have ears to hear and eyes to see and a heart to discern the difference between the two. Just reading the room, one of the things I see, a lot of folks come up on this mic and they angry, they hurt, they traumatized. And the reality is that many of the agencies and organizations and entities in this city have traumatized them, have wounded them, and they looking for redress, they looking for comfort, they looking for solutions to their problems. And many times they turn to city council, they turn to the mayor's office, and they turn to all these other agencies who can bring them relief, and they get none. So they looking for an outlet, so when they come here, they speak, and sometimes, they trauma dump and they accuse people of things falsely sometimes, and sometimes justifiably, but it becomes a vicious cycle. And I'm saying that when y'all govern, y'all should be mindful of that, you know, when somebody has something to say, you should listen. And that's why I encourage all of you who sit here and listen, I encourage that to all council members, because it matters to what other people have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Charles Freeman, and I was going to talk about something that we all know about, but it's a little disheartening to me today that we're begging for money for schools, and we got the best school system in America, and it seems like it's not allowed to be better than parochial or private school. It has to remain at the bottom rung of education. And I just can't believe, I'm listening to all these resources today and these good programs and saving lives, and we sitting up there begging for more money when we got the system. The system is here. It's supposed to be for human beings. I mean, like, what are we doing? And you trying to get the kids on the bus for free, and you got the other people getting on every day for free, but you don't want to pass it for the children to get to the programs. This is a no-brainer to me, and it's hitting me hard. And we shouldn't be here. We should be celebrating 250 years of Philadelphia, America, but we sitting up here asking for more money. And I know next year we're going to ask for more money because there's another plan in the works already. It seems like money is Philadelphia now. And I hope y'all have a good day, and I'm going to pray for everybody, and I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Council President, this completes our listing for public comment for today.
Thank you very much. Let's rock and roll. Bills. We will now consider the bills and resolutions on the second reading and final passage calendar. Chief Clerk, please read the title of resolution number 260. Excuse me for a second. The chair recognizes Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask to be excused from the rest of the council session for council-related business and be voted aye on all bills and resolutions. Thank you.
Leave is granted, sir. Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of resolution number 260398.
A resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to 1425 South Paxton Street in the 3rd Councilmatic District of the City of Philadelphia, and further authorizing the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority to transfer to the Philadelphia Land Bank fee simple title to such properties pursuant to Section 16-405 of the Philadelphia Code.
The chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gaultier for a motion regarding resolution number 260398.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded. The resolution number 260398 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of resolution number 260399.
A resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 5123, 5125, 5127, and 5129 Baltimore Avenue, located in the 3rd Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gaultier for a motion regarding resolution number 260399.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded. The resolution number 260399 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260400?
A resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 5103 Chester Avenue located in the 3rd Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gaultier for a motion regarding resolution number 260400.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 260400 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The clerk please read the title of resolution number 260401.
A resolution urging the United States Congress and the Trump administration to provide comprehensive fertility care, including in vitro fertilization, IVF, under TRICARE and the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gaultier for a motion regarding resolution number 260401.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 260401 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260402?
A resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to 214 Hermit Street in the 4th Councilmatic District in the City of Philadelphia, and further authorizing the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority to transfer to the Philadelphia Land Bank fee simple title to such properties pursuant to Section 16-405 of the Philadelphia Code.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones for a motion regarding resolution number 260402.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 260402 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260403?
A resolution confirming the appointment of the Honorable Ida C. Fox as a member of the Board of Ethics to serve in the term ending November 16, 2030.
Chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau for a motion regarding resolution number 260403.
I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. 260403. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260406?
A resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 3001 and 3003 North 10th Street, located in the 5th Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Young for a motion regarding resolution number 260406.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for its adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 260406 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260407?
A resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 1800, 1818, 1862 North 23rd Street, 1802, 1806, 1808, 1810, 1820, 1828, 1845, 1848, 1852 North 24th Street, 1801, 1813, 1837, 1855, 1868 North Bucknell Street, 1800, 1814, 1858 Judson Street, 2318, 2326, 2330, 2332, 2334, 2336 West Montgomery Avenue, located in the 5th Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jeffrey J. Young for a motion regarding resolution number 260407.
I move for its adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 260407 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260408?
A resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 1707 Ridge Avenue, located in the 5th Councilmatic District in accordance with the terms of Chapter 16-700 of the Philadelphia Code.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young for a motion regarding resolution number 260408.
I move for its adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 260408 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution of bill number 250807.
That's being held.
It's being held. Okay. Will the clerk please read the title of Bill number 260213?
An ordinance to amend Bill Number 250198, approved June 13th, 2025, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Capital Program for the 6 fiscal years 2026 through 21 inclusive by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill was aye. Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 17, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the clerk please read the title of Bill number 260214?
An ordinance to amend Bill Number 250197, approved June 13th, 2025, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Fiscal 2026 Capital Budget by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill was aye. Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 17, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the clerk please read the title of Bill number 260215-A?
An ordinance authorizing transfers and appropriations for fiscal year 2026 from the General Fund, the Water Fund, the Transportation Fund, and the Grants Revenue Fund, all from certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, to the General Fund, the Water Fund, the Special Gasoline Tax Fund, the Grants Revenue Fund, the Aviation Fund, and the Transportation Fund, all to certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll. Councilmember O'Neill was aye. Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Ahmed. And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 17, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. We will now have the consideration of privileged resolutions. Chief Clerk, please read any additional resolutions on today's calendar.
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing outstanding educators in the 9th Councilmanic District for their leadership, mentorship, and unwavering commitment to shaping the lives of young people and strengthening school communities through education, service, and opportunity, introduced by Councilmember Phillips.
Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President Johnson. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing the St. Raymond of Pennafort boys basketball team for winning the 2026 Region 58 Championship, the 2026 Archdiocese of Philadelphia Varsity Boys Basketball Championship, and the 2026 Pennsylvania CYO State Championship, and celebrating a historic season that brought pride and distinction to the Oak Lane community, introduced by Councilmember Phillips.
Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to withdraw this resolution for a technical error. Thank you.
The council will be at ease. there a second? My name is Dr. Anthony Phillips, and I would like to make a motion to withdraw the resolution. No, you have to officially.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Thank you, Council President. I would like to make a move to withdraw this resolution.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? Motion is approved, and the resolution is officially withdrawn. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing April 26th through May 2nd, 2026 as National Apprenticeship Week in the city of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Kathleen Gilmore Richardson for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing May 7th, 2026 as Alexander Graham Bell and AT&T Day in the city of Philadelphia on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the first successful phone call and the ultimate founding of AT&T, as well as the first broad public demonstration of the telephone later that year at the Centennial World's Fair in the city of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Kathleen Gilmore Richardson for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Jeremiah Roach, Dylan Adkins, Aiden Marion, Khalif Barakat Cooper, and Marquise Floyd Reed for their outstanding academic achievement in earning associate degrees prior to graduating from high school, and further recognizing Boys Latin of Philadelphia Charter School, Principal Robert L. Parker III, CEO Dr. William Hayes, and Zachary Paris, Director of Early College and Career Programming, for their leadership and commitment to student success, introduced by Councilmember Gautier.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gautier for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Member Brooks, I see your light is on. Would you like to be acknowledged?
I just want to vote aye on all the bills and resolutions that I was out of the chambers for.
Shall be duly recorded. Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. I, too, would like to vote aye on all resolutions and bills that I may have missed. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Shall be duly recorded. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing May as Music Month in the city of Philadelphia and celebrating the city's dedication to the arts, its legacy of producing world-class musicians across genres, and its powerful economic impact, generating billions in revenue, jobs, tourism, and local business growth, introduced by Councilmember Thomas.
Chair recognizes Councilman Isaiah Thomas for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, colleagues. And in honor of Philadelphia being called the original music city as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the country, not only is Philadelphia the birthplace, we're the best place. And in that spirit, I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second, it has been moved and enthusiastically seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution authorizing the Committee of the Whole to hold public hearings to assess the potential establishment of an independent fiscal oversight agency to perform independent fiscal audits of the School District of Philadelphia's annual budget, introduced by Councilmember Jones.
Chair recognizes Councilman Curtis Jones for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I move for its adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution authorizing the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities to hold hearings examining the status of transit mobility and access for Philadelphia's students and the expansion of the SEPTA Student Fare Program, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
Chair recognizes Councilman Ru Landau for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for its adoption.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing lifelong Philadelphian and Central High School and Temple University alum Will Yip as the first Asian American producer and second Philadelphian to win the 2026 Grammy Award for Best Rock Album and for his outstanding work as an audio engineer and record producer in the city of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
Chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau for a motion on the resolution.
I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing, congratulating, and honoring Community Legal Services on its 60th anniversary, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
Chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing May 4th through the 8th, 2026 as Philly Tech Week in the city of Philadelphia and celebrating the vibrant and thriving tech ecosystem in Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
The chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing and celebrating the 100th anniversary of Russell H. Conwell Middle Magnet School, introduced by Councilmember Lozada.
Chair recognizes Councilman Ketty Lozada for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. Together with my colleague, Councilmember Thomas, we move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring the Asian American Business Alliance of Greater Philadelphia for hosting the 2026 Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month Gala in celebration of AAPI Heritage and the 250th anniversary of American independence, introduced by Councilmember Harity.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jim Harity for a motion on the resolution.
I move for the adoption of the resolution, Council President.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing April 30th, 2026 as National Adopt a Shelter Pet Day in the city of Philadelphia, honoring the vital work of local animal shelters and encouraging residents to adopt, volunteer, and support animal welfare efforts throughout the year, introduced by Councilmember Bass.
Chair recognizes Councilman Cindy Bass for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring Dr. Charlotte Brown, Rachel Hannibal, Tiana T. Goodwin, Dr. Jasmine Wright, and Mecca Robinson during National Volunteer Month for their extraordinary service, leadership, and enduring contributions to the city of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Ahmed.
Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Nina Ahmed for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
There are no further resolutions in my possession, Council President.
Thank you very much. Any speeches on behalf of the minority? Chair recognizes Councilman Kendra Brooks.
Council President, today I co-introduced a resolution honoring Grammy Award-winning producer Will Yip with Councilmember Landau. Will is a Philly native, and his production talents have included some of the most famous locally grown rock bands in Philadelphia. He has crafted a sound that is recognizable to the alternative music scene and produced records that will become timeless classic. My senior advisor, Eric, has told me all about them. I'm excited to be honoring Will today and to congratulate him for today's recognition and all of his success. This morning, I was at Paul Robeson High School along with 10 of my council colleagues, a huge crowd of students and parents and community members, and we stood outside that building with a clear message for the school board. Do not vote on a facilities plan at today's meeting. What we have seen over the past few weeks is what this board, which is appointed by the mayor, is not responsive to city council and not accountable to our communities. In 2017, when I served as the co-chair of Our City, Our Schools Coalition, I led a campaign to force the School Reform Commission to dissolve itself. We did that in order to avoid this very situation, a school board that does not listen and does not partner with communities and local elected leaders. If we have to force changes to the school board, we will. We did it in 2017, and we can do it again. We need a school board that listens to feedback. We need a school board that works in partnership with the city. And right now, that means a board that stops these votes, listens to what the people of this city are saying loud and clear. Thank you to all of my colleagues who joined us this morning. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for leading the charge. This fight is far from over, and I'm asking everyone to join us today at 4:40 to send a message loud and clear to the school board. Today's school closure vote is unacceptable, and there will be consequences if this board chooses to move forward down this path. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brooks. Chair recognizes Councilman Nicholas O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and co-signing all the words of my minority leader on that matter. A couple of things I wanted to raise today, and want to keep it tight, but I do want to speak on a few things. Yesterday, the Supreme Court gutted Section 2 of what any of us who have been students of history or actually within the tradition of organizing from which the Civil Rights Movement comes, recognize the crowning jewel of the Civil Rights Movement to be the Voting Rights Act. It was in the Louisiana v. Calais case that was building off of the court's 2013 evisceration of Sections 4 and 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which required federal clearance of the voting maps of mostly southern districts with deeply racist histories of voting discrimination. Again, students of history, students of politics in America recognize the history of the southern bloc of senators and elected officials down there and how they thought, how they moved, how they operated. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act bans discrimination by race in elections, and the court's decision didn't formally repeal it, but instead it intensely deepened the burden of proof to achieve a Section 2 claim, recalling the typical historic dodge of requiring proof of racist intent instead of considering the material impact of certain actions. Justice Alito's majority opinion stated that a successful challenger on Section 2 grounds must now prove that a state intentionally drew its districts to afford minority voters less opportunity because of their race. Basically, they want people who know that their opinions and their beliefs are unpopular and have to find workarounds to get those things enacted. We must now get them to say the things that are in their mind, which we know is virtually impossible. This disgusting decision brings the logic of the Jim Crow literacy tests and grandfather clauses to this new era of partisan gerrymandering, and too many politicians in the South are gleeful, and I would say maybe even those in the North, to return to these old ways. My thoughts and my prayers are in solidarity are with the people of that region we call the Black Belt, as their fight for equal representation will have to enter a new phase. And I hope that they know that they have some allies up here in the North as we fight off those that would set us back here in the Keystone State as well. It only deepens my belief and recognition, really, that electoralism, as much as we continue to advocate for it, and everyone who's not registered ought to get registered if you're listening, and if you don't vote, vote in every single election, primary and general, and for on every particular ballot line. But there is a reason why people have moved on in many ways from electoralism and are calling for revolution. Because every time you make a move, and there were a lot of fights, people literally died. I heard somebody make a point, Eddie Glaude said yesterday, there are people sitting in the bottom of the river in Mississippi who fought to make sure that we would have these particular rights. At a certain point, when you see these things being clawed back, you start to question whether or not elections matter. I want to say that they do. I resonate with the frustration. They do matter. And also, democracy is a whole lot more than just when we vote. We have to stay vigilant. We have to stay engaged. We have to continue to imagine our possibilities and organize to change these situations, because everything that we gained, there are those who are committed to rolling it back, and it shouldn't happen on our watch. I'm not always echoing the Congressional Black Caucus. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. But they were dead on yesterday when they said the Supreme Court is illegitimate. Now, if we call for radical changes in the Supreme Court, if folks start calling to get more folks, or to even to say we ought to have a constitutional convention, it's rooted in stuff like this, recognizing that we need radical change, a radical redistribution of economic and political power if we're going to be more than just democracy in branding. Because currently right now we have a racist country in structure, and we're democratic in our branding and our marketing, and we have got to change that. So I just wanted to raise this point, and I know that we are a municipality, we don't necessarily control that, but it's something that we need to keep our eye on. We are living in some dire times, and we need to keep our eye on the prize. Moving on to something a little bit more positive. That was yesterday. Tomorrow is May Day, and I've shared on all of our desks. I hope that you've seen them. Some red velvet cakes for all of my colleagues in recognition of May Day, International Workers' Day.
Are they vegan and got vegan options, or discriminating against the non?
Dang it. I thought I was cooking, man.
The floor is yours, sir.
Mr. President, I apologize.
It's okay, sir.
All right, listen, I got one more year in this body before the people decide whether I stay or not, so I got another chance.
Sorry, sir.
To get it right for you next year. My bad, Mr. President.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. I am, y'all have heard me say this before, I am not just a liberal. I mean, everybody's liberal. I am a leftist, and what that means historically is that left means labor. Right wing generally means capital, left means labor. Let me just go on to this for a second. That would mean, therefore, that the labor movements the world over are movements that are committed to making sure that workers have power, that we see a distribution of power, political power, towards the workers and not just those who run the bosses, as it were. And labor movements the world over have marched under red banners for generations, hence the red cakes that you have here today. Not as an appeal to nationalism, like today, we see a lot of folks wearing red hats, but it's an appeal to internationalism, recognizing that solidarity across borders has to happen in order for us to win. The Philly AFL-CIO's May Day efforts include uniting Philly labor around a common policy platform. And we as elected officials represent hundreds of thousands of Philadelphians, and I believe we deserve a city grounded in and organized around working people's values. Here's some of those values, if I can share them. Joy, community, solidarity, integrity, trust, love. They're calling us to organize around these values, and they believe that a city organized around these values would have fully funded public and human services, a thriving public education system, an end to the attacks on immigrants in all our communities, development for the people, not the billionaires, unions for everybody, safe and secure homes and neighborhoods, and it'd be a place where one job would be enough. Healthcare is a human right. We expand democracy and not corporate power, and that we tax the billionaires and corporations, and we end up funding our people. I am so excited to meet Philly's workers out in the street tomorrow, and I'm grateful that Philly's labor movement is growing closer to our social movements through organizing for this yearly celebration. As much as I love and appreciate Labor Day weekend, I'm also loving the overtly political edge that May Day, which is the International Labor Day, invites, an edge that names something I fully agree with, that in matters of public policy, the workers must come before the rich. I hope y'all enjoy y'all's cakes. Two more things that I'm off the mic. In a better court-based story, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's decision in Commonwealth versus Lee ruled that mandatory life sentences for second-degree murder charges are unconstitutional under the state's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishments. That ought to be celebrated by any lovers of justice in the room. Of the 1,100 people serving these unconstitutional sentences, approximately 700 have served more than 20 years of their sentence, with 300 of these individuals over the age of 60. Not only are they serving unconstitutional sentences, but they are also the most expensive inmates in our system. We have a state Supreme Court that's actually focused on justice, it seems to me, and they've given the General Assembly a golden opportunity to secure justice for hundreds of people who were serving unconstitutional sentences. I am a member of the Church of the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm a minister in that tradition, and I'm reminded always that he began his ministry by saying that the Spirit of the Lord was upon him to set at liberty those who are oppressed, or to set the captive free. And so I believe that there's a golden opportunity for us to make good on that particular call. And so to echo the many reformists, public defenders, the advocates, and abolitionists calling on the House to move forward boldly, we have got to pass HB 443, and we ought to do it soon. So I want to commend those who are already on their way, and I want to encourage others who are not to vote yes on that. Lastly, Philadelphia, as we all know, is a city overflowing with wonderful artists, but even we have only a limited number of Pulitzer Prize winners. And Temple graduate James Imes happens to be one of them, as a Pulitzer winning playwright who has worked extensively in the city. His latest work, Wilderness Generation, is now playing at Suzanne Roberts Theater, courtesy of the Philadelphia Theater Company, and I'm excited to be joining them tonight for a pre-show conversation about the creative arts and civic life. In that spirit, I want to remind us that supporting the arts is one huge way of strengthening our civic ties, and that it's something that we ought to do, and do so regularly. So even if you can't make it to the screening tonight, make it a point to support our local artists in the near future. Our artists in our arts sector could always use some more love, and I appreciate the attention both the majority leader and the majority whip have shown the arts since they joined this body some years ago. And as a creative and a musician and an artist of sorts in my own right, I intend to be another voice in what should be a growing support system within this body. I thank y'all for y'all's leadership. Let's make sure that we continue to support the arts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Speeches on behalf of the majority. The chair organizes Councilman Isaiah Thomas.
Good afternoon, Council President and colleagues. First, Council President, I want to say thank you for your support. I know, yeah, I knew I pressed the button fast, but I didn't think it was that fast. Council President, I want to say thank you for your support. I read an article, and I don't reference articles much, but I did read an article a little while back, Council President, that talked about the fact that this school facilities fight that we're in right now, because this is a full-blown fight at this point, we shouldn't be doing it this way, and we should be negotiating behind the scenes. And anybody who knows me know I prefer to do things behind the scenes. If I get to the point where as though I'm pressing this button and making speeches on the floor and posting on social media, that means I've exhausted all of my resources. And Council President, I first want to thank you, because I know for a fact that even when I was ready to quit the behind the scenes negotiating, you said, no, Lord, bro, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep trying. And I commend you, Council President, for keeping trying. To my colleagues, there were 10 of us today at a press conference talking about this facilities issue and what we don't want to see. So I know my colleagues are going to sound off about it. Some of them have already done it. Let me just add my little piece. This right here is the contact information for the 8 school board members that we confirmed in this legislative body. Notice I said 8, Council President. I'm being very spicy. We're asking people to reach out to these 8 school board members and let them know to vote no. We're asking young people to DM on social media. We're asking people to email them. Contact the school board right now and ask them to vote no. If by chance they still decide to not listen to the public and vote in favor of this plan, just a couple promises, no threats, because I'm not that type of person. I don't want to make anybody think I'm threatening them. I also just don't want to catch anybody off guard. I don't want there to be a surprise. So understand what your vote will come with. Number one, it will come with a pledge from myself and other members of this body. If you vote yes for this plan, and if the people of Philadelphia decide to bring us back, to quote my colleague back there, we pledge to vote no on your confirmation. That's number one. Number two, we will do everything in our legal power, followed by the leadership of our council president and our entire tech team, who's phenomenal, to put us in a position to sue you based on this decision and other issues that we know exist that we will not talk about in this moment right now. But if you know, we know, and they know. So please make the right decision. Last but not least, we're asking people to show up to the school district meeting at 4 o'clock today for what we like to calling a peaceful protest. I've been warned that there are a number of police officers already outside of the school district building. The irony of that, Councilmember Jones, and I know you're going to talk about the idea of putting up money. I'll let Councilmember Jones talk about it. There are already police out there right now anticipating, I'm not sure what. Maybe it's the violent tan suit that I have on, or maybe it's the hostile behavior that they're expecting from honor roll students and disabled students from Lincoln High School. I'm not quite sure. But I know that they're prepared to try to meet this moment with a level of aggression that's not reflective of the passion that we have for our children. This isn't personal. This isn't about adults. This isn't about anything else but folks like the blind young man who came down to testify, who's an extremely intelligent young man if you sit and talk to him, and his mom told us the truth. The only thing that's keeping me up north in Philly is a quality education for my child. Council President, you're a dad, you're a good dad. There's a lot of parents on city council, and as parents, I'm sure most of us will give up this job in this city for our children. And that's not personal to the public. We love working for you, but we love our children. I'm asking the school board to put themselves in the position of parents just like the one who was here today, who said, if Lincoln all closed, there's no reason for me to be here in the city of Philadelphia. That's not just an individual narrative as it relates to that parent. That is the type of familial atmosphere that our schools like Paul Robeson, Lincoln All, and others, this is what they do. So, Council President, again, I want to say thank you for your leadership. To my colleagues, I want to say thank you all so much. And the elders say that the common enemy of my enemy turns my enemy to my friend. And I know none of y'all never been my enemy before as it relates to this legislative body. But I think that we have common ground. And I don't want to call anybody the enemy. But I think we have common ground as a collective as it relates to who's on the side of right and who's on the side of wrong. And on this one, because this is a legacy vote, we know we're on the side of right. I'm asking the school board members, all 8 of you, are you going to be on the side of right and stand with the people, or are you going to be on the side of wrong and stand with the ultra wealthy and billionaires and other people who are trying to gentrify, displace our community, our children, and those long-term residents who love our city? Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Chair recognizes Councilman Curtis Jones, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so very proud of my little brother over there fighting for what's right. Can we give him another round of applause? Because it ain't easy to stand up and speak truth to power. And I say to you, Mr. President, on all that I love, that I believe sincerely that everybody in this chamber wants to support public education for our babies. I believe, conversely, that the people of the school board, the school district, Streeter and the superintendent really in their hearts want to do the right thing. I believe their intentions are good. Their methodology sucks. Let me say this to you. We had a crossroads, y'all, and I don't think you're reading the room. There were 10 council people, not to count the state representatives that we were able to garner out at that demonstration saying, please, please don't do this vote. And I know for a fact there was an 11th on the way but couldn't get an Uber. But that's not the... So we in this chamber have done the right thing all the time. When it was time to look at the millage rates, we took tough tax votes all the time and passed it. I remember when they wanted to do, I wasn't here, but liquor by the drink. This body stood up and took it on the chin. There were tavern owners that took people out because of that. I remember when we did the beverage tax here, right? They wanted to put our faces on milk cartons because we wanted to help our babies, right? I remember Now, with the cigarettes, I remember the sales tax, every time called upon, we stood up and did the right thing. There's a thing called maintenance of effort. That once we give them this money, we can't call them back and say, we want to change the amount. We want to bring it down a little bit because things are a little better. No. Once we do it, we can't retract it. So this vote is a serious, long-term commitment to the school district. Lankenau, Overbrook Elementary are in my district. 2 out of the 3 schools being considered are in the 4th Councilmanic District. Now, my good friend, the superintendent asked me, if we don't do this, are we still going to be friends? Yes, we're still going to be friends. This is business, though. This ain't friendship, and this is business. And I want you to know this is a serious undertaking. And I know, streeters from, I think, North Philly now in my district, I love you, but we 10 toes down about this. And I don't like the high-stakes game of chicken. 2 automotives are running at each other at the same, and looking for which one's going to blink. Our babies are watching us and how we resolve our problems. Grown-ups should be in the room negotiating this solution. We're not far off. But if we don't make the right decisions today, this is going to be a long, protracted struggle, and everybody's going to get a black eye. Everybody. I'm going to end with this. I want to support my mayor so bad. Ain't no shame to my game. I'm pro-Parker, all right? She gave an impassioned speech that had me revved up, ready to vote right now. But when I went to Lankenau, when I went to Overbrook Elementary, when I went to Roberson, I saw our babies for the first time engaged in activities saying, save us adults. So I'm going to do what I got to do. Y'all can do what y'all going to do. We're going to be down there today. And I got my bail money. Talk to you.
What money was that? Oh, jail money. Oh, okay. Get locked up for the kids, that's what's up. Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Nina Ahmed. You up there today.
Thank you, Council
Pressed that
President.
button early, didn't you?
Listen,
Go ahead.
I'm just so proud of my colleagues. And I just remembering these young people who came just today, people with visual disabilities, standing here, learning disabilities, have found a place. 24% of the student body in Lankenau is children with disabilities. I mean, we're just standing in front of Paul Robeson, sending children to Harvard. I don't know what they want us to do. These are schools that are working. Why are we trying to mess up something that's working? But more importantly, they haven't shown us their work. How do they come to these decisions? We want each school to give us their cost-benefit analysis, to show us what is the deficit for each school, so we can address these. It's now 17 schools, and their cavalier manner in how they switched. They go, okay, Roxborough one day, no, not Roxborough, Saul, okay, we're gonna make a environmental center when there's one right next door, who are begging for the school district to use them. What are we doing? It is going to cost money to close these schools. So it is going to, when we net this out, the children who are here are going to leave Philadelphia. They're going to cost us by not keeping these schools where they're performing and functioning. So we've said all we can say, and we have to look at any other alternatives we have, and our committee chair, Isaiah Thomas, has outlined this. All I can say is, this is my first term in City Council, and I thought our education system, the school district, was an ally. They're not. They're not because they're letting their egos get in the way of saying, let's come to a compromise. We gave a compromise for Lankenau. We said, give it 5 years. If they can't fix what they can't fix, shut them down. But you can't just tell everybody, okay, this is right, this is wrong, and then we're going to shut it down right now. No opportunity to fix things. That's not how compromise works. And I'm echoing everybody, you know, I'm just using this time to say how disappointed I am with the city of Philadelphia pushing these children to sit every evening at that 4:40, as I said, eating dry pizza, waiting their turn to testify. These are children who should be home doing their homework, who should be playing, who should be having an evening to themselves. And they're sacrificing this because a bunch of adults cannot get their egos in check. There's nothing else left but to assume this is an ego issue. So if you're listening, please listen loud and clear. Let's be adults in the room. Let us fix this problem, slow this down, review all of this, and take a no vote. Take a no vote. On happier things, I'll wrap this up very quickly. I once again want to recognize Dr. Charlotte Brown, Rachel Hannibal, Tiana T. Goodwin, Dr. Jasmine Wright, and Mecca Robinson, and all the host of women who were here, who do volunteerism in the city of Philadelphia. In fact, are doing a lot of work with these educational systems as well. It was my pleasure to acknowledge them and really acknowledge that Philadelphia is a city of giving back. Our tradition of public service runs deep. Volunteers are often on the front lines and rarely get acknowledged. So today I'm so proud to recognize our residents of the city who tirelessly serve every day. I also wanted to commend the council president about introducing a bill, which I did on his behalf, which authorizes the procurement of construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of direct current fast chargers in the cell phone lots at Philadelphia International Airport. This is connected to Lankenau, because the Lankenau children are going to be the stewards, environmental stewards of tomorrow. And this bill will help us continue to address climate change. It's all on a continuum. So we have to create those new stewards while we're being stewards right now, because this is a global problem. And finally, I wanted to just give a quick update on the human trafficking prevention and awareness campaign that is underway. We had a really wonderful press conference to announce those who had won the RFPs, and we are ready to roll. But this is also to say that 2026 is just the beginning, because we're not going to get rid of human trafficking in the next 6 months. It is going to take a fight, because it's a $152 billion global industry that uses people, coerces people to give either labor or sex. So I'm very pleased. Philadelphia can do this. I'm very pleased to be at the forefront of the first municipal entity that has put money into doing this work. Nowhere in the country have we had this kind of awareness and prevention campaign that has rolled out with $500,000. So I commend Council President for pushing this, and for the mayor to agree for this, and the Office of Public Safety to work with us to get this going. But if you juxtapose the school closings and doing this, we know we can do better. So let's get there, people. So thank you very much. I had more to say, but I'm just so disappointed. I am so sad that our children are coming every day, and today their hearts are in their mouths. So please, school board, please put your egos aside. And you don't have the data to support it. I will tell you that, because we're trying to do our own analysis. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, everyone, for fighting so hard for our children.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Jamie Gautier.
Thank you, Council President. I've said a lot about the school facilities plan, so I won't stay long there, but I'll give a few thoughts. Like my colleagues, I am frustrated and disappointed and angry that we are in this place with the school district and the school board, and that they are willing to take this vote today while it feels like the entire city and most of the political leadership is against this plan. And I know who they report to, right? They report to the mayor, but I don't know who they think their responsibility is to. Because I would argue that their responsibility is to young people and to our communities, and none of their actions have displayed that. And, you know, they sort of honored the request of the majority leader and the majority whip and others in delaying this vote that was supposed to happen last week. But in that time, they've also completely resisted making any changes. So I'm not clear what the delay was even for, if they weren't willing to have substantive conversation with us. It's also incredibly confusing that they can be so dug in on a plan that so many people are against, that they can be so inflexible with council who is asking them to make reasonable, thoughtful changes, but yet and still come in this room and ask us to do huge things for them, right? Huge things for them. It seems to me to be the very opposite of partnership, and it seems to me that they're also very bad negotiators. We were at Robeson this morning for a press conference led by our chairman of the education committee, and we were joined by so many students from both Robeson and Lankenau at that presser. And in the case of Robeson, they have gone so far, but they are refusing to take the next logical step. So initially, they were looking at Robeson's land and thinking that they should give it to developers as opposed to let our kids continue to learn there, right? So they scrapped that after a lot of us put zoning overlays on the properties that they wanted to give over to developers, and we said that those properties would have to be remain schools. So they scrapped that idea, and they said they're going to keep the property and school district ownership. They even committed to creating a committee to perhaps build a new school at the site. And they also added more money, $120+ million more for facilities in the 3rd district, because originally we were the district that had amongst the highest number of closures recommended and the lowest amount of facilities investment. And so at this point, as it relates to Robeson, a stellar school, as was pointed out by Dr. Ahmed, 96% graduation rate, sending kids to Harvard and nationally acclaimed HBCUs, listed as a model by Dr. Watlington himself when he came to visit about a year ago. So in the case of Robeson, we have the land under district control, and it will remain that way. We have more than enough money to either renovate or rebuild a school at the site. They are thinking about building a school at the site, but for some reason, that school can't be Robeson. For some reason, they cannot take that extra step and say, wow, the new school we're talking about building there should be the school that has lasted there so long, and the school where the students and the leadership have taken great strides to make it a place of academic excellence. And to me, that feels like mean-spiritedness. To me, that feels like the height of disrespect to my community, and to me, it also feels like politics. And I feel like our care for our young people and our community should rise above all of those things. And, we've been having pretty heated debates in this chamber, at the school district headquarters, and President Streeter in particular, he bristles when I say that, if this plan goes through, that the board is being an agent of gentrification, that the board is carrying out the same legacy of displacement that has happened in West Philadelphia since the raising of the Black Bottom, since the demolition of the University City townhomes, and since the closing of University City High. He bristles at that. But my comments on that are about outcome. I don't care what your intent is. If you close this school, if you take away the last public high school in University City serving black students where they are thriving, and if you take essentially the last vestige of black civic life out of University City, then you are indeed an agent of gentrification and displacement. And so miss me with your sensitive feelings about that, because it's about outcome, not intent. So I will join my colleagues at 4 p.m. I will join my colleagues at 4 p.m. at 4:40. But I'm really disappointed that we have to make that trip today. And I'm really disappointed that the school district and the school board doesn't think it's necessary to have input from our communities, to have input from city council. And I'll also say they created this situation that feels so contentious now, because not only was the community never really invited to the table on this plan, council was never invited either. So they never had buy-in from the community or from any of the political leadership, and it has resulted in this tense, confrontational situation that we find ourselves in right now. But I hope that by 4 o'clock, they find a sense of justice and do the right thing for our communities. I'm going to move on. I also wanted to talk about a resolution that we enacted today. And so this was a resolution that I introduced alongside Minority Leader Kendra Brooks and Council Member Dr. Nina Ahmad, calling on Congress and the Trump administration to provide comprehensive fertility care to service members. Our city is home to thousands of active duty military personnel and veterans who have health insurance through TRICARE, the government plan for our military. Service members face significant risk, including injuries that may impact their reproductive health. Yet MAGA Republicans in the House of Representatives stripped language from a must-pass defense spending bill that would have allowed active duty service members and their families to receive IVF and fertility care. It is particularly cruel that while these families sacrifice their safety for our nation, extremists in Washington have chosen this moment to strip away their path to parenthood. I am a mom, and the biggest blessing and honor of my life is being a parent to 2 intelligent and kind sons. It is hard to reconcile the fact that anyone would want to deny life's biggest joy to the people who put everything on the line to keep us safe and free. By restricting access to IVF and other essential reproductive services, the Trump administration is advancing an extreme agenda that treats military families' fundamental rights as pawns in its ongoing crusade against health care and bodily autonomy. This is particularly cruel in a moment when Trump continues his illegal war against Iran, where it is increasingly clear he is in over his head, putting our service members at risk. I was proud to lock arms with Leader Brooks and then Councilmember Gim to enact the reproductive freedom package in the wake of Dobbs. And I applaud my colleagues who have been leading on this issue in the years since, cementing Philly's place as a reproductive healthcare safe haven. Because here in Philly, we don't just talk about it, we act. MAGA likes to claim that they support our troops. The least Congress can do is ensure our service members have access to the full range of reproductive health care they need to become parents. I want to thank everyone who came to City Hall today to support this important issue, and our partners with Americans for Contraception, who are holding the line for bodily autonomy in Washington and around the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Ru Landau.
Thank you, Council President. It is going to be very, very difficult to go after that fiery speech, colleague. I would take 30 seconds to just echo everything my colleagues are saying. I am so proud of all of you and all of us and for standing together on this issue. I was out arm in arm with everybody today outside of Robeson, and I will also be there at 4:40 at 4 o'clock. But I wanted to just, as we've been talking about legal measures, just talk about a little legal terminology, which is so interesting. When oftentimes when you cite a defect, a flaw, maybe an infraction of a law, you give the party an opportunity to cure, to fix it. You give people an opportunity to fix it first. The school board dropped this on us with conclusions without giving us the information that we need about how to fix and what we need to fix in order to make this happen. And I do believe, as we've been saying, we've been talking about organizing with community, with parents, with students, who knows, even with some of the businesses in the area, we could fix these defects. We could cure them. And I really do think that the lack of process, the lack of due process that they gave us, the speeding along with this process is their biggest mistake. But speaking of law and justice, in May, we celebrate 60 years of CLS. I introduced a resolution today recognizing, congratulating, and honoring community legal services on 6 decades of outstanding dedicated service to Philadelphians. As a proud former CLS attorney, I know the impact that this organization has on Philadelphians living in poverty, children, seniors, immigrants, people with disabilities, and so many more. I owe my current position as a council member to the work I did at CLS, where I really cut my teeth as an attorney and was able to join the fight for justice and against inequities so many in our city face. CLS helps more than 14,000 Philadelphians each year, preventing homelessness, reuniting families, breaking down barriers to employment, and so much more. I'm so proud to be a part of their story, and even happier to be here in council to congratulate them on this milestone. Last week, also, I held a press conference announcing my intention to fight for our arts in the budget. And I want to make sure that the artists and musicians of the city don't get left out of that conversation. I was proud to co-sponsor Councilman Thomas's Music Month resolution today, and also today, Councilmember Brooks and I co-introduced a resolution uplifting an amazing Philly producer, Will Yip. Will was the first Asian American and second Philadelphian producer to win the Grammy Award for Best Rock Album, and he is also a proud Central High School and Temple alum. It was a pleasure to welcome him and his family here in council today. I also introduced a resolution recognizing May 4th through May 8th, 2026 as Philly Tech Week. Philadelphia is a hub for innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. From startups to tech giants, we're home to an animated and booming tech ecosystem. As chair of the Technology Committee, I encourage everyone to check out the incredible programming being offered as we kick off in May. And finally, I also introduced a resolution authorizing hearings on SEPTA student fairs so we can explore the expansion of this crucial resource. I know many of us here are parents, and we know that students are more than scholars. They're participating in after-school jobs, extracurriculars, sports, and more. For many young people, the costs of travel add up and fall to already struggling families. Right now, SEPTA fare cards only work during school days, only from 5:30 to 8 p.m., and only for students who live over 1.5 miles from their school. I'm eager to learn more from these hearings and how we can best serve the young people of Philadelphia and make this the most teen-friendly city in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Jeffrey J. Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I just wanted to acknowledge one of my interns, Chase Mladsey. This is his last week in our office, and I want to wish Chase the best as he goes on to his future endeavors. I want to thank my colleague, Rue Landau, for introducing the resolution on community legal services. I am an intern alum of community legal services. I worked as an intern there during law school. Special shout out to former State Rep Donna Bullock and my supervising attorney, Rashida Phillips. We worked under the Community Economic Development Unit, where we worked on land use and zoning matters for daycares, childcare centers, and other small businesses. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Gaudier, for introducing the resolution honoring the students from Boys Latin. Two of the students are sons of my chief of staff, so just wanted to thank you for that honor and recognition. Today we introduced bills that would create a temporary permit parking around the Lemon Hill area during the FIFA Fan Fest. So I encourage every community around Lemon Hill to be on the lookout. We will be having community meetings to discuss what this legislation looks like and the impact that it'll have on your community. I want to thank my colleagues today for passing the resolution that would transfer property to Historic Fairhill, which is a nonprofit in the 5th Council District. They'll be using this property to build a community center and to use it as a community garden for programming. And of course, last but not least, one more thing. We have a hearing tomorrow to talk about our library facilities in the city of Philadelphia. So if anyone wishes to come down, we have a hearing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Here in City Council to talk about the state of our libraries here. But of course, last I want to talk about the school district and the school facilities plan. Many folks know that on day one, I introduced a bill that would allow City Council to impeach school board members, right? Because I knew we were going to come to this point, right? We have to be able to hold that school board accountable to the people of the city of Philadelphia. And it seems like right now, they're not listening to the people. It seems like that they put billionaire interests over the interests of the people of the city of Philadelphia, and we cannot stand for that. It's ironic how I'm looking here at a sheet of paper talking about billionaires for Uber and Lyft. They don't want to listen, but also at the same time, school district is listening to other billionaires that want to gentrify our city and close schools that send kids to Harvard, and close schools that have 100% graduation rate, right? And close neighborhood comprehensive schools, which they say they want to increase, right? But it's just very contradictory. Now, we've been saying this over and over again over the last few months. Let's just be fair about it, or be honest, right? Be honest with us and tell us what it really is, right? Tell the people of this city what it really is. We've been saying this over and over again, and I just don't know why those members of the board aren't just taking a hard look and really making this a partnership, right? They talk about, this be a partnership, but there was no discussion with me whatsoever on this plan. It just came out, and it was like, this is what it is. We're closing Penn Treaty, we're closing Waring, we're closing Robert Morris, right? That's just what it is, right? With no conversation whatsoever about how it's going to impact our community. And I was at Penn Treaty yesterday for a rally. Again, with Penn Treaty specifically, it's a lot of contradictions when they say they want to lower transitions. Well, Penn Treaty is a 6 through 12 school. So how many transitions do you need, right? It's a neighborhood comprehensive high school. That's a neighborhood school, but they want to increase neighborhood schools. They're closing that school, right? But it's not that the building, they're closing that school, but then want to put another school in that same building. So the school is not good enough for the black and brown kids, that go to Penn Treaty. But we want to put another school there, right? Same thing with Waring. They want to close Waring down for that community, but want to put Masterman there, right? So it's good enough for other kids, but not good enough for the community that lives there. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. As my colleague said, this looks more like politics. And we shouldn't play politics with our kids. Like, that's the one thing we shouldn't do as government officials. Our kids mean everything. They are our future. We look at our scores right now. We have some of the lowest scores amongst our kids. And yes, the school district is rising, but closing some of the top schools in the city will not help us remain on the up and up. Like that just doesn't, it just won't work. It just won't work. So you folks already know where I stand from the very beginning. I've been asking members of the school board to vote no on this plan. It just doesn't make any sense logically to talk about, closing, because it's a school closure plan, right? That's what it is. It doesn't make sense to talk about closing some schools while leaving others open that are dramatically underachieving, right? You're closing high-achieving schools. It's just not right. It's just not right, and I hope the members of the school board are listening because my colleagues are upset. And if you think this is something that you want to remain on, you got to remember it's a high likelihood that many of the members are going to be back here, and you're going to be asking to be reappointed, right? I'm just saying. So, I hope you do the right thing. Do what's in your heart. Do what you think the right thing is for our city, right? Let the politics go. I ain't here to play politics. I'm here to do what's right for my community and here to do what's right for the city of Philadelphia. And I hope you are too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Member Young. Chair recognizes Councilman Mark Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I often don't give speeches, but I do have to say something today, and I apologize. I was unable to attend the press conference this morning, and it is sad that we see something happening today where we have so much unanimous support. Our chair of our education committee has been working diligently and very respectively with the school board and district along this process. And we heard all the concerns about the school's closures, but there's so many other different things that happen during this process. And one is modernization and how that money's being spent and the plans moving forward. We went to a meeting at Southwark School, looking at the conditions there and reassessments that need to happen, committees that are being set up, but things are being voting on ahead of time before they do it. Was it just Hackett School the other day where they rushed a committee, where they changed their decision on a Monday and we're going to vote on it on a Thursday without having given anybody any input of how a plan would work? These things create mistrust, and when they do that, people look at us as ways to try to address that mistrust. And we feel like at this point, even though we're advocating, if you can't postpone this vote, you have to vote no, because there's not enough information for all the decisions made. They're saying they've been doing this for a long time, but even the adjustments and changes they made without the data associated with it makes it really difficult for people to buy into it, even if it was a good idea. So I would just say, and I'm joining my colleagues today, in that we have to postpone this vote. And if you can't postpone it, then you have to vote no. And I think that's the only option that we have. We support our colleagues. We will stand together, united on a front here, and making sure that they know that where we are as a body. And I think that is the most important thing. And yes, they have a job to do, and we want them to do it with thoughtfulness, and we want to do it with data and be able to, not that we have to agree with everything. It's not we have to agree with every decision they make and where, but just if you could show us why you made these decisions based on these facts, we may not even like it at that point, but at least we can respect it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to iterate that I don't think a lot of folks in the city of Philadelphia understand, how passionate and deeply committed this council is to issues. And not only is this council deeply committed, that we're about, changing the status quo. And I'm just so proud to support, all of our members here today as we stand up to the School District of Philadelphia. I just want to briefly just say that a lot of this has to, for the public to know, a lot of this is about process. The process of how this went down is just terrible, right? As a elected official, one of the things I always tell people as a servant to members of the 9th District, I always have an idea, but I never make that idea without making sure our neighbors are on step with me on that idea. I'll give you a prime example. I do love speed cushions. However, I may not love a lot of speed cushions in the city of Philadelphia, right? Yet, because the public, our residents in the 9th District wanted speed cushions around our schools, I made the decision to create a law that would make it easier for speed cushions to be around our schools. And that took months and months of conversations with residents. I always tell people, the school board was appointed, but they weren't appointed with this idea that trust me to make a decision. It was appointed, it's the same thing with us as council members. We were elected with the idea that we had the best character to be able to bring people's voices together, to listen to people, and then make a decision on their behalf, whether or not it's something that you wanted to see or not. It's about what the people want to see. And unfortunately, the school board is understanding of, I'm going to make a decision today because I think it's the right thing to do, and still ignoring everyone else. And they'll say, oh no, we had these listening sessions, we ended up doing town halls after that. That's not enough. I remember 2 years ago, we had an issue in Northeast where we had this road that was constantly having illegal dumping taking place in Northeast. And I already knew that we probably would have to make a decision on closing that road. But I said, no, it's not my decision, it's the people's decision. And we went through a series of meetings with the public who just said, you know what, Phillips, we have finally come to understanding that, we probably have to close the road at a certain point of time, right? That's an inclusive process. That's when you make a decision that feels good, because you didn't just say through a knee-jerk reaction, just like Dr. Walton just did a couple months ago. I made this decision. I ask you to support me because I'm the school superintendent. School board, same thing. We're making a decision. I ask you to support me because you're a school board. We're going to listen to you a little bit. You're not going to get everything you want, but you should just trust me. You have to find a way to help people feel good about your decision when you're a public person. And you can't necessarily just be like, I'm in charge, trust me. The reason why the mayor of New York right now has so much popularity has not anything to do with what he's doing. Yes, some of his policies and initiatives are great, but it's his style, right? It's how he's including people and being transparent and taking time to make decisions and holding himself accountable. We have to have a school board who's truly, you see people are upset. So clearly you haven't brought everyone to the table in the best way, but you're still going forward. And that to me is not right. It's not the proper leadership that we need right now in this 21st century. And I think an old guard still believes that the public still loves this, trust me, I'll do it. That's not the way it is. And I think people are going to find out, unfortunately, that that's not how this world wants leadership to be anymore, and you have to be inclusive. So I just asked the school board of Philadelphia to think about, were they really inclusive in making sure that we had everyone's voice at the table so everyone can at some point feel relatively decent about this decision? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilmember Ketsi Lozada.
Thank you, Council President. I promise to be brief because I think that we all share the same feelings about this school board decision. The only thing I will add is that the school board needs to look at the young people that have shown up. There have been so many young people that have never stood up for themselves and advocated for their schools, for their friends, for their families, for their community like they have this time. I wanna recognize the students at Stetson Elementary, the students at Conwell, the students at Harding, students that don't typically show up to rallies and to protest and to fight for things that they believe in, but because they truly believe that the decisions that are being made for them did not include them, does not include their voice, does not make sense to them. They felt it important to be present. And so I asked the school board to take that into consideration. What are we saying to these young people? What are we saying to them with a vote in support of something that they truly do not believe in? Right? We ask young people to stand up and be present and stand up for themselves and be a part of the process. And they've done that. And so I asked the school board to really look at that and take that into consideration and show them that they matter. That them being a part of this process really, really matters. I stand with my colleagues in saying that we believe that things have to be done. We recognize that. We've been asking for a facilities plan for a really long time. So to all of those people out there saying, where was all of this noise a year or two ago? Where was the pushback on the facilities plan in the last budget cycle? I want you to know that it was there. We were talking about these possibilities last year and the year before that. And as a matter of fact, we've been talking about the facilities plan and the need for this since I arrived here, and probably much longer than that. And so this is not new. So let's stop the misinformation. This is not new. We have been pushing back and asking the school district and the board to come up with a plan that is inclusive and that makes sense for children and families in their communities for a really long time. We were talking about how fiscally responsible or irresponsible it was going to be last year. So this is not new. This is not new. I want folks to understand that, because a lot of the people that are calling my office are talking about, where were you last year? Where were you when you were approving an initiative that was somebody else's priority? Where was the priority of the children back then? The priority of the kids in our communities have always been present. We've always been talking about them. I want folks to understand that. And I want the school board to remember that. Remember the conversations that we had last year. Remember the conversations that have been led by Education Chair Thomas, who we really have to give him kudos. And I know Councilmember Thomas doesn't like to be put, out front, but his leadership has really been firm and has been strong. And so I'm grateful for that. Thank you for speaking up for the kids in my community. Thank all of you, all of the council members who have prioritized the kids in our neighborhoods. And lastly, I just want to say congratulations to Conwell. Conwell was on the chopping block. They also advocated. They're celebrating 100 years, and I hope that, like Conwell, all of our other schools will be at that point to celebrate 100 years of educating and preparing our kids to be future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One, I do want to acknowledge in the same sentiments which you talked about, the leadership of Member Thomas being chair of the Education Committee, and he's not new to this. He meet with the board pretty much monthly regarding a variety of different issues, so he didn't just show up and say, let me start addressing the issue now. And so I'm also thank the leadership of all the members of sticking and staying together. I remember Rue last week said, after we passed out the ICE bill, that I think you said I felt my inner activism, which I think you were referring to when I talk about this is an activist council who has no problem speaking truth to power on behalf of those most in need. And so continue to keep fighting the good fight. We'll see what happens this evening. But there is a path forward, and we'll continue to keep advocating on what's best interest of our children here in the city of Philadelphia. And with that being said, the chair recognizes Councilmember Isaiah Thomas for motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Council President. I move that council stays adjourned until Thursday, May 7, 2026 at 10 a.m.
It has a move and property seconded that council stand adjourned until Thursday, May the 7th, 2026 at 10 a.m. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Thank you all very much.